Is this?
Grab one of these and might talk and just walk around.
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ted Janulis. On behalf of all of us at the Explorers Club, welcome to our 7th annual World Oceans Week. I think a lot of you are staying through the second session as well, and I think we'll do some thanking of all the various folks who have helped over the years build this into what it is today. So I'll keep it shorter on that end. We do always have to talk about Rolex just because they took a chance on us our very first year and have grown their commitment and have been so consistent. The idea of having an ocean week as opposed to an ocean day was something that started then, and literally a full week of programming. And they've been there all the way with us, so we're so grateful for that. The concept of an ambassador came up last year, and this is our second year of doing ambassadors, and we said, why don't we take things like coral or seahorses or manatees and use them as an expression and a way to reach out to people, partner with more organizations, et cetera. So when you were walking in the doorway downstairs and you maybe glance to the left and in a room where you can see Indiana Jones' original whip and Teddy Roosevelt's application for membership and all those incredible things, now you can see seahorses. We have the family of seahorses in the back there, and our staff, for those of you who have been to the club before, it totally transformed that space. And so it's really a celebration of those different inhabitants of our oceans, and also a way to express our reverence for their presence. It's a special treat today, too, because the idea of partnering with Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution is just thrilling, because I think for all of us who grew up loving ocean things, it's just the place. It's just an amazing institution with incredibly storied past, and you'll hear more about it, so I won't go into that, but we could not be more thrilled to be partnering, and also incredibly grateful for their hosting and partnering and putting this hour together. And you'll see we even have another piece of it that extends us down into Cuba and the Gardens of the Queen, so you heard about that as well. And when you all come up later to do that introduction, maybe also mention the remarkable coral installation that's upstairs in the gallery, as we call it. And we'll give Sylvia a minute to get settled in. Hello, Sylvia. And Shannon. So the way this happened, we have various connections with Woods Hole, but Richard Vevers, who's been an incredible supporter of World Oceans Week over time, is one of our go-to when we say, how can we do something that's meaningful and memorable? We can bring all these things together, and as usual, Richard had all these different things. And I should also add that Ocean Agency has been our image partner now for several years. So he's sort of our go-to, and we put a bunch of people together. We called up Sam, and Sam was like, yeah, we should do this. And we could hear all the gears and all that whizzing around. And just a little while later, again, with that incredible spirit of partnership, all of a sudden there was a program that was going to come into being with Woods Hole sponsoring our Ambassador Coral Hours. So we are absolutely thrilled to be kicking off World Oceans Week with this. And without any further ado, I think I'm supposed to turn it over to our good friend Richard, who will introduce the proceedings.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ted. And yeah, it's great to be back at the Explorers Club. I want to say a big thank you for the club for inviting me to speak here, and especially to Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. We are a partner as the Ocean Agency with Woods Hole, and just very excited to share this hour with you. So, for me, we're a not-for-profit, and we've been focused for the last over a decade on coral reefs. We're best known for our work really revealing the impacts of climate change on coral reefs in the Netflix film Chasing Coral. And I've actually just flown in from French Polynesia this morning. We were out there on an expedition checking out the state of the reefs. And these reefs, we were out there on the National Geographic Lindblad expedition boat, going out into right in the heart of the Pacific to find these reefs which are regarded to be less vulnerable to climate change. And we wanted to go there and see what their health was and see if these are the kind of areas where we really should be bolstering our conservation efforts. And we were going to places like this, Rangiroa Reef, which is the second largest coral atoll in the world. It is truly huge, and it's just an amazing place to visit. And I've got great news to share with you. There were so many reefs that we saw on the expedition that were thriving, looking really, really great. This was one of my favourite dives from a couple of days ago on a place called Makatea. And Makatea was unlike any reef I've ever been to before, not necessarily because of what was underwater, but because of what it was above water. You went and approached this, and this is a coral atoll. Now, when you picture coral atolls, you normally think of places like Bora Bora, where it's kind of an island that is very close to sea level, 1 or 2 meters. This is one of those islands, but the seafloor has pushed up, and it's pushed this island out, and you're seeing what's underneath the coral atoll. So you have these 300-foot cliffs of coral, which shows the coral that's been building there for millions of years. And it makes you just stop and stare at it and realize how important corals are. They've been around for about 500 million years, creating these giant sculptures that are often largely hidden from view. And it makes you realize the importance of the work to save them. This is the first ecosystem that we're in danger of losing, and we can't let it happen on our watch. Now, I'm going to take you back 8 years ago when we were starting to film Chasing Coral, and this was really at the start of the 3rd global coral bleaching event. And here's an image in American Samoa right at the start showing that bleaching event. And what we decided to do was be like the underwater storm chasers, and we chased this heat wave as it tracked around the planet and recorded images to make sure it got on the front page of newspapers all around the world. And told this story using kind of the spectacular nature of bleaching to really get awareness about this subject. And then it became the Netflix film. But the 3rd global bleaching event wasn't like the previous 2. It was far more intense and lasted almost twice as long. And what you've tended to find with bleaching, it often recovers. But this time, most of the reefs didn't. And you see it going in American Samoa from healthy to dying to dead. About this time 8 years ago. And you probably all heard the reports of the Great Barrier Reef. We lost 50% of the corals on the Great Barrier Reef that year. Between 2016 and 2017. And it truly was a horrific event. And many of the reefs have bounced back to a degree since then. There's been really good coral recovery on the Great Barrier Reef. But the trouble is, we've now got another event. Back 8 years ago, it was the start of a major El Nino, and we've now got another major El Nino, and it's likely to impact coral reefs all around the world again. But it's slightly different this time. 8 years ago, I wasn't feeling very optimistic about coral reefs because there was little support, little awareness, little science, really at the speed and scale that we needed. And we've seen remarkable progress over the last 8 years. Here are just a few examples. Just public awareness is just way beyond where we were 8 years ago. There's the Paris Climate Agreement. That came after those first images, where we set a goal to limit global warming to something that allows us to save coral reefs. Then there's a global fund for coral reefs. That didn't exist 8 years ago. There's a map of coral reefs, accurately mapping where the coral reefs are. There are initiatives like 50 Reefs, which is something we initiated, which is about targeting our actions so it is more effective. There's now reef insurance, so you can actually get funding to do coral restoration. And we've seen huge progress in restoration. And one thing I'm excited about is the business involvement, and I'll show you one example in a second. And also the science innovation. I'm constantly surprised by the innovative ideas that are coming out of scientific institutions like WHOI, which show the scalability of the solutions. And you'll be hearing more about that. And this is the example I want to show, which is where corporates get involved. Now, coral restoration is challenging. It's a huge issue to do this at the speed and scale that's needed, and to make it affordable. Now, this was a reef that was dynamited in one of these reefs, which is less vulnerable to climate change. So even though it could have survived, it was dynamited, and this happened 30 years ago, and it never recovered. But this is the reef today, 3 years after this image. Hopefully it comes up. And it's about 100% coral cover. And what happened here was a company got involved, Mars, the confectionery company. Frank Mars was a passionate diver, and so he decided to put one of his factory managers on the project and said, I want you to build the most scalable, inexpensive reef restoration project out there. And that's what he did. And so rather than sort of looking at a couple of ways of coming up with a solution, they worked through hundreds and refined it and refined it and refined it, constantly bringing down the cost. And it reduced the cost by about tenfold compared with most restoration projects. It was done in an area where it can survive, and so the potential for it to survive has also been increased. And so it was just putting that business mentality onto the project, and that's what we need to do a lot more of to get to these solutions. And for me, what's exciting is seeing the science, as I said, that is being developed, and the solutions. And for me, some of the science that is coming out of WHOI Oceanographic Institution is among the most exciting, because it's solution-based. It's about scalable solutions, not just doing the science for science sake, but really looking at how we can do things that are scalable. So scalable solutions to reduce the cost and make sure we can do the impact at the speed and scale that we need to. And I'm just going to share a video before the scientists talk to you about some of their work. It's a 4-minute video, just giving you a summary.
soon as I splash down on a healthy coral reef, it's like a bustling little city. I'm immediately drawn to the activity, what's moving. Fish of various sizes and colors.
You can focus in on one specific area and you'll just see it teeming with life.
Snapping shrimp snapping and the parrotfish chirping and the damselfish whistling to each other.
There's no other place in the natural world where you get bombarded with so many colors, shapes, textures. It's just like a party going on there all the time.
Coming down on an unhealthy reef is just such a different experience.
Not only do you miss those colors, but you miss that three-dimensional structure.
They are just like so bland compared to when you see a healthy reef.
It looks like something died there, and basically it's the ecosystem has died there.
If coral reefs are going to survive, they need people, they need science, and they need technology. They need people to understand the problems, they need scientists to develop the solutions, and they need technology to scale up the solutions to reach all reefs worldwide. Reefs are incredibly complex, and therefore they require a multidisciplinary team. So we have experts in chemistry, microbiology, acoustics, and robotics that are helping us innovate the solutions that we need to help save these coral reefs. What we want to see is solutions that we can actually apply to the reef. So that is the ultimate success that we're looking for, is developing new solutions and making them scalable. Being able to communicate what we're doing and tell the story of the reefs is also going to be an important part of our success. It would be a big problem if we lost reefs without telling people the story that there's still time. That's also a really important part of what we're trying to do, is just raise more awareness about the current situation with reefs and what people can do to help and how we are really working towards solutions.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Amy April. I'm a scientist at the Woods Hole Oceanographic, and it's really wonderful to be here with all of you tonight. What an exciting place. This is my first time here, so it's going to come out. Thank you, Richard, for that wonderful introduction. It's just so wonderful to see all the work that your organization is doing. So tonight, I'm here to tell you about the work that we're doing at the Woods Hole Oceanographic. We call ourselves WHOI. I'll try not to say that word, but if it slips in, that's what it means. Combining science and technology to help in the coral reef crisis. So as you saw in the film, many reefs are not doing very well today, and in fact, we've lost about a half during my lifetime. But the really amazing news is that there's so much hope and energy and effort right now going in to try to conserve coral reefs, to save coral reefs, and to develop solutions. And I would argue that if we're really going to be successful with saving coral reefs, we need science at the heart, at the center of all these solutions. We need science to develop, to rigorously test, and to integrate technology to make these solutions scalable and usable by people worldwide. Unfortunately, a lot of the solutions out there for reefs are scarce. There's not a lot in our toolbox. And it looks a little bit like the early days of agriculture, where one coral species is grown in an environment that's largely uncharacterized, and there's not a lot of use of technology. There's a lot of trial and error. That's not saying that these efforts aren't helpful and worthwhile. We're learning a lot, but we need to do more. And at WHOI, we've always had a really unique niche in coral reef science. Our science looks a little different than other places. We don't actually have a lot of biologists doing science on reefs. We have a lot of scientists. We have computer scientists, we have physical oceanographers, we have acousticians, we have chemists, geologists thinking about reefs, going out and to reefs, and they're working with the engineers that we have at our facility to develop unique technologies so they can go out and make novel measurements. So this is what some of our science looks like underwater. So we've always had this unique niche in reef science. And when things started to really go down with reefs, we all got together and say, we need to do more. We can't just do our own thing and publish our papers. So we got together and we formed this initiative that we call Reef Solutions. And our goal here is really just to bring together this interdisciplinary knowledge and advance the state of the coral reef solutions research and make it more ecosystem focused. So that's what we did. They're an incredibly fun group to work with. Here's some of the photos of the team in the field. We've been focusing our efforts on the US Virgin Islands, so one of the things we realized was like, you're studying that reef, and I'm studying that reef, and hey, what if we put all of our brains together and applied all that effort to the same reef? So we've been doing that in the Virgin Islands. We've been learning a lot about those reefs. We've also partnered with the local university, the University of the Virgin Islands, the local management, conservation, and even just on the ground volunteer network, which are obviously very critical to implementing any solution. So our team's having a great time, and we're learning a lot about these reefs, and what we're doing is stepping outside of our comfort zone a little bit and really trying to think about solutions. What are the things that we can do with what we've learned to help save reefs? And what we're developing is called this Reef Solutions Toolkit. So you can think of it as like a toolkit that you would go to and pull out of your garage if you needed to fix something in your house. So we want to make these tools just accessible for anybody. And within our toolkit, we're developing two different types of tools. One are just science-based interventions. So these are basically efforts and techniques and tools that you can use in restoration practices to help rebuild coral reef ecosystems. And then we also have a focus on autonomous health tracking. So any restoration project requires a lot of monitoring, just how those reefs are doing. We want to take the diver out of that, make it more autonomous, and also make the measurements more informative. We want to just not learn about what's visibly present on the reef, but there's other aspects of that environment that we can learn about just through autonomous tracking that may tell us about early warning signs of stress and health decline in that ecosystem. And then a large component of what we're envisioning with this toolbox is ongoing innovation. So what we're learning from the health tracking goes right back into the interventions and vice versa. So it's constantly being improved, it's constantly tweaked for each location that these tools go out to. So we're really excited about this approach. We think it's a unique space that we're contributing to to help save coral reefs. And today you're in for a treat. I'm going to tell you about one of the interventions that we're working on, and then I'll be followed by two of our other scientists that are going to tell you about some of the other ongoing work towards this toolbox. So one of the big problems with reefs is that the corals themselves, the framework builders, are dying. And these are the long-lived members of the reef that really create the habitat. So we need some ways to improve coral health, make them grow faster, and make them stronger. So we're using microorganisms as well as vitamin mixtures to help improve the health of corals. So microbes, this is my area, sorry, you just got to listen for a minute here. They are the most abundant life on reefs. Take that in a minute. And they form intimate associations with corals. They give them superpowers. They boost their immune system, and they help them scavenge scarce nutrients from the waters. And what we've learned just from years of work in my lab, traveling around studying coral reef microbes, is that where a coral grows on a reef actually has a huge impact on the microbes that it takes in. Just like you and I, where you live often impacts your microbes. So we want to use that knowledge to help corals. And so what we're doing is we're testing growing corals in different environments. How does that impact their growth? How does that impact the development of their microbiome? And can we use that knowledge to recommend certain nursery locations for corals? And this is what one of our experiments looks like. We can array corals out on these tables and move them around to different locations. Now the corals themselves are affixed to these tiles, so a lot of restoration, efforts, if I can go back one, the folks in the back might be able to help me out with that. Can we go back one slide? Thank you. I didn't practice that. But these tiles here are made of concrete. And we want to make them healthier for corals. So we're working on putting vitamin mixtures in there that can slow release over time and provide added nutritional benefits to the corals to help them grow faster and be more resilient to some of the climate challenges that they are now facing. So that's just a taste of a couple of the interventions that we're working on. And we're really excited about this approach that we're taking. We're obviously really interested in hearing input from other people too about what they think about this. Scan our QR code. We've got some glow-in-the-dark stickers in the lobby that the kids should definitely take home. And now I'm very pleased to pass the baton here to Aaron Mooney, who's going to tell you about the intervention that he's developing. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks very much, Amy. So my name is Aaron Mooney. I'm a marine biologist at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, and I study how animals use sound in the sea. So sound travels particularly well in the ocean. It travels 5 times faster than it does in air. It can be communicated or used over long distances, and so that means that animals use sound often to communicate. And it's especially important when light or other cues are limited. So we've been studying soundscapes, or the coral reef sound, in my lab for about 20 years. And we're particularly interested in coral reefs because coral reefs are this really rich environment for sounds. So they provide rich sensory information to its inhabitants, the fish and the invertebrates that live on those reefs. And these sounds are actually fundamental to ecological processes that are happening out there on those reefs. So these sounds play a key role in defending territories, attracting mates, avoiding predators, and as we're finding out, or I'm going to talk to you today, about how these animals might choose that particular habitat, that reef. Together, the individual components of that sound there comprise what we call the soundscape. So this is an image of a soundscape in a coral reef. This coral reef is actually tektite. This is a place that Sylvia studied and spent some time in the late 60s as an aquanaut. And so we've been continuing that sound research there, actually. So this is what's called a spectrogram. On the y-axis is different frequencies or different pitches. Time is on the x-axis here. This is about a 30-second clip. And before I play it for you, I'm going to kind of walk you through this. But as I mentioned, these files are really rich with sounds. In terms of the fish alone, we're getting over 120 sounds per minute, or about 2 sounds per second. And there's so many sounds there that it's actually hard for us to track that. And we're now working with folks like Yogi, who's talked to you later, about AI ways to track and find sounds on those reefs. But let's point out a little bit of the sound here. So a lot of the low frequency components here are fish sounds. A lot of the higher frequency are snapping shrimp. And as I play this, there's going to be the crackling sound that you hear. People often think this is a sort of bacon frying or paper crinkling. And in this particular reef, swimming by actually is a humpback whale making sounds as well, using its song. So that's pretty cool outside tektite. So together, again, this makes the soundscape. And again, it's a really complex environment that these animals have to utilize and deal with. So let's play the sound for you. And first, you're going to hear a little bit of chirping or crackling of those sounds on the left, thumping of those sounds on the left, those fish schools. Then you'll hear the humpback whale. Then you'll hear this groan of this fish that's next, about 5 seconds in. And then you'll hear humpback whales. And when there's breaks in the fish calls, you can listen for the crackling of the snapping shrimp. Let's go back. You want to click it in the back? All right, let's try it again. That's a fish. More fish grunting and groaning there in the background. And you can hear this is a pretty noisy environment. I'm talking over it. It might be a little bit hard to hear. And these guys have to kind of, utilize this complex environment and communicate all amongst this noisy biological environment. But of course, when you go to a dead or dying reef, those sounds are not there. And so that's a real challenge for those animals on those reefs. And it's not rich with sound. And so they're lacking those really important cues that they need to communicate to each other and perhaps find their way home. And so that's the idea that we're talking about today here, is using the healthy reef soundscapes to help rebuild a coral reef community. So how do we go about doing that? Well, let's go back to a little bit of what how coral spawning and coral biology is. So this is going to be this is actually an image of a brain coral. It's going to release some eggs and larvae into the water column. This is actually a coral that we were studying just 2 weeks ago for this experiment in St. Croix. So let's start the video here. So in a minute, you'll release the eggs and the larvae, or eggs and sperm. And what they're going to do is those little packets right there are going to fertilize in the water column and fertilize to form larvae. You can see the butterfly fish. I think this is Thanksgiving dinner here. But you can see that, so they fertilize in the water column. The larvae have to find their way back to the reef. And one of the ways, so that's an incredibly important decision for those animals, obviously those coral, because that's a permanent choice for the rest of their life. They choose that home for the rest of their life. And while you can see that there's a lot of larvae here, there's a lot of larvae being sort of released into the water column, these larvae aren't finding their way back to a lot of these reefs. And we think in part because these reefs are degraded, so they're not putting out the really nice smells, chemical, and sound cues that they might use to need to find their way back there. And so, as we said, we're finding that these animals use sound, and we think that they're using sound in part to find their way back to the reef. So this is the same larvae here. This is the same brain coral larvae. This is just them swimming. So this has been fertilized, and now this is a water sample. These are the guys that, they're not Olympic swimmers, as you can see, but they are swimmers, and they're going to utilize that, hopefully utilize that sound to find their way back to the reef. So we created this system we call the Reef Acoustic Playback System. This is a grad student and myself deploying it just off a small boat in the Virgin Islands. It's got a little solar panel so it can stay out there indefinitely. And some electronics up top, and then down below it's got a speaker system, and that plays back the sound of that healthy reef, for example, what you heard before. We're actually using Tektite reef now for our experiments, the Tektite sounds. And so this is a degraded reef, but we're measuring settlement on these sorts of reefs in a variety of different ways, in very controlled substrates, very controlled structures that you can see out there. And if we go in, and if you look after a period of time and you play that sound, and you go out to see if any coral larvae have settled or chosen that reef, we can take these structures back and put them under fluorescent light. So the picture or on the left shows that settlement stilt, and the little green dots right there are baby corals. So they're coral larvae that have chosen to settle with that acoustic enrichment. The middle picture just shows a zoomed in of those baby corals. And this picture all the way onto the right here is coral polyps zoomed in all the way, 2 coral polyps that have settled in that enrichment site. And just to show you a little bit of graph, because I wanted to make sure you guys had some science data to look at here. So this is just the proportion of coral settled larvae. So you can think about it on the y-axis, the amount of coral larvae at an acoustically enriched reef versus just a natural reef, that's actually just, again, Tektite, versus a degraded reef that we didn't enrich with sound. And you can see we're getting 2 to 3 times higher or more settlement when we're adding that acoustic enrichment onto those reefs. So those larvae seem to be using that cue. And now we've shown this in 3 different coral species, including the brain coral that you saw before. And so, we see this actually working out to 30 to 60 meters per speaker. So we seem like it's working at a pretty good range for us. And for us, we think this offers hope, right? This is one idea of a solution that we can rebuild reefs. And we're leveraging the natural process that the larvae are trying to do on their own. So we're leveraging that process that's out there to, again, rebuild these reefs. Thanks very much.
Hi, my name is Yogi Girdhar. I'm a computer scientist and a roboticist at WHOI. And just to go slightly off script, during my quarter-life crisis, I was like doing my master's, and at some point I was a little bit depressed. I was like, I was an explorer. I wanted to climb mountains all the time. I wanted to go on canoe trips, but my skills were in robotics and computer science. So at some point I was like, okay, what do I do? So I quit my job, and then basically I eventually came to the conclusion that building robots that can explore our oceans is really like the best sort of best way for me to live the rest of my life. And so that is what I really have been doing. So I've been building these curious robots that can understand an ecosystem. And coral reefs are some of the most complicated ecosystems on the planet, which also is another my computer science brain is attracted to that. And the idea here is, can we build robots that can go around, observe ecosystem just like a scientist would, and be able to monitor changes in it, and which will allow more surgical interventions, and also allow us to kind of scale up in the process. So for the rest of my talk, I'm going to show you some examples of the kind of ecosystem monitoring we are doing using robots and AI. So one of the things we do is coral reefs are visually very rich, and so we have been working in our lab on these algorithms that can, with no supervision, understand what different types of environments or habitat types they might encounter. So here in this example, the robot can easily distinguish between where the reefs are, where the rubble field is, where the seagrass is, and it does not require training. You can put it in any other different kind of environment, and it'll know how to differentiate between different parts of the world. And we have been using that's like our base backbone for enabling more interesting behavior. For example, we can rapidly teach a robot to pay attention to a particular kind of environment and not the other. We can rapidly teach a robot to kind of how they can talk to each other over very low bandwidth, such as which is what you have, or acoustic communication. And we can basically, just allows us to interact with the robot more efficiently and underwater. Our robots are also equipped with hydrophones. So you heard some great sounds Aaron put in. So our robots have ears. And what you see on top is here the plot of the sounds which robot hear, and the dotted line here is the number of snaps it hears from snapping shrimp. This is like work I'm doing with Aaron. And the plot at the bottom, you see the robot's view of its visual understanding of its visual world around it. And all those blue blobs correspond to when robot thinks it's on top of a coral reef, and we easily, and rest of the areas are where the robot is not on, it's like sandy area. So what the robot is able to do is, it's able to understand that snapping shrimps, what kind of habitat they prefer, and so this is just an example of like very rapidly we're able to understand what the relationship between different animals and their habitat, and we can monitor them at scale. So reefs are not just corals. They're also there are a lot of fish and different animals which move around, and they're actually that makes them hard to study. We can't just do a visual survey, and they don't stay still for you to kind of observe them, and it's kind of hard to understand them. So one of the things we've been wanting to do is we want to understand where do fish like to hang out, which are the most sensitive, what is the equivalent of the Times Square of a coral reef. So like coral reefs are already in New York City, but within New York City we want like the Times Square. And the way we want to do that is we want to have a robot kind of detect where the fish are, and then robot observes this fish from its forward-looking camera, and from the downward-looking camera, it understands the environment. We can build this beautiful 3D map of the world, and when you put those two information together, what we can do is we can detect what is the Times Square on a coral reef. And what you see here is this part is a hotspot. That's part of the reef where you see most amount of fish, and that really corresponds to like a part of the reef where there's most structure. So scientists like to call that rugosity. And you see the pillar coral, and there's an overhang. That's why you see this hole in the reconstruction, because there's an overhang. So it's hard for the robot to see it. And this is another example of like how we can rapidly detect these sensitive hotspots, and which we would want to, if we have finite amount of resources for conservation, spots like these are what we want to preserve first. We want to pay attention to them first. So one of the other than another way to observe coral reefs are through the eyes of the animal. So imagine if you could follow an apex predator like a barracuda, right? So up till now, we have been able to follow big animals like sharks or extremely small animals in a lab-like environment, but observing these apex predators on a reef, what if you could build a robot that could follow these and understand a day in life of a barracuda? What animals they interact with, what kind of habitat do they spend their time over, how much energy they're spending on their day-to-day life. And if a robot can do that, which is what we've been building these techniques and AI techniques which you can target them to any specific animal in a reef or any environment, and they lock onto them visually and try to follow them. And in the process, understand the ecosystem. You can quantify the whole ecosystem from the behavior of those animals and detect changes. And that's another way we can sort of detect signs of ecosystem stress early on without relying on deploying large amount of sensors everywhere. So with that, I'll stop. And if you have any questions, thank you.
All right, while they're doing that, my name is Veronique LaCapra. I'm the Director of Special Projects for Advancement at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. This is weird because now I'm behind you. Maybe I'll pull this out and walk forward if I can. Oh, there we go. All right. So now I can see you. That's better. So just before we get into the discussion here, I wanted to just say that Woods Hole Oceanographic, we're talking about corals today, but we do a whole wide range of things. Basically, we have scientists studying from the coasts out to the open ocean and from the sea surface all the way down to the deepest trenches. And our science ranges, ocean science is really just about every kind of science you can imagine. And we've had a little taste of that tonight, biology, geology, physics, chemistry. We saw some of that in the film that we saw earlier. So it's really, Woods Hole does a wide variety of science. And also the thing that makes, I think, WHOI really unique is the combination of engineering and technology innovation combined with the science. So literally a scientist can have an idea, but they need a gizmo, a device to be able to do what they want to do, and they can walk down the hall and have a conversation with an engineer and make it happen. And that's a lot about what this team approach to finding reef solutions is all about. You've met them already, but I'll just quickly reintroduce them. So here on the stage with me are Amy April, Aaron Mooney, Yogi Girdhar, and Richard Beavers. The first three from Woods Hole Oceanographic, and Richard, of course, from the Ocean Agency. This is really your time to engage them in conversation and ask any questions that you might have. I don't know if we have someone who can walk around with a microphone so that we can hear the questions from the audience, but hopefully we do. So if you have questions, just raise your hand. I am going to use moderator privilege and kick things off with a starter question to the panel here. So I want to talk about scalability. That's come up a number of times this evening. And the Reef Solutions Toolkit is obviously a very promising idea, but to really make an impact, you're going to need to make a whole lot of toolkits, right? So, and part of that is going to be, as Richard talked a little bit about, making them affordable, mass producing them, making them easy for non-scientists to use, and then actually getting them into the hands of the people who are doing conservation work out on reefs. And so I'm going to have each of you sort of weigh in on this in turn, but Yogi, I want to start with you. What are some of the challenges to making a robot like Curie, making a lot of them and making them, usable by non-scientists?
Yeah, thanks. We designed Curie from the first day to be scalable, and we have been attacking that from various angles, right? So just from the very beginning, from the mechanical side of things, we designed Curie actually around the Pelican 1615 carrying case, which is the largest size suitcase, Pelican case you can travel with on an airplane. And we kind of made that conscious decision to do that so that we can rapidly deploy the robot everywhere at low cost, don't require containers or shipping crates. Also, Curie is essentially, we're focused on vision and hydrophones. Essentially, it's a computer with cameras and hydrophones and a big battery and some thrusters. That's what Curie is. And most of the work we have been doing is going onto the software side of the things. So if it should, in theory, it's very easy to kind of build lots of Curies, and software is where we have been putting a lot of the resources and trying to understand ecosystem through these AI and machine learning, which is easy to scale.
All right, Aaron, your turn. What about the reef acoustic playback system? How easy would that be to scale up? And how do you know, really, that, so your system seems to work well in the Virgin Islands, right? But how do you know that that will work in Hawaii, for example?
Thanks, Veronique. So I think scaling up is like it's like a balance, or you got to kind of go in a couple different directions. There's the science questions, right? Like, can we play sounds from the Virgin Islands and get coral to settle in Hawaii? That's, our fish sounds. Are those sort of sounds ubiquitous? Can we make a best hits tape that just works everywhere? So how, there's sort of these like science questions that we can do. But then it's also, as Richard was saying, it's these other partnerships, right? It's partnerships with restoration practitioners. It's partnerships with business, so we can kind of, run and afford to run through these multiple iterations, because it is going to take multiple iterations. I'd like to say we'd like to throw our iPhone against the floor a bunch of times and see when it starts to break. And so, so it's those sort of interactions that really kind of make it work, I think.
And Amy, thinking about the kind of toolkit as a whole, how do you scale that up?
Yeah, I think we really need business partners to help us figure out ways to make it lower cost, draw the cost down, take us out of some of our academic, it has to work absolutely perfectly, it has to work 90% of the time, type of mentality, and let us focus on the science and the innovation and leave the business end of it to others. And when I say business, we're not trying to make a profit here, we're trying to like get it out there and use those kinds of tools to make it more accessible.
Richard, do you have anything to add on that topic of scalability?
Well, I think it's just exciting to see the science that's being done. 8 years ago, it was sort of a marine biologist going down with a square, putting it down on the reef and taking a photograph and then going back and analysing it. And you thought, well, reefs are 284 square kilometres, so 284,000 square kilometres. How is that achievable at scale? We need to drastically improve the science. And suddenly having robots underwater, assessing environments using acoustics, and you suddenly go, oh, that's affordable, it's effective, and it can be done at scale. This is the most valuable ecosystem on the planet, and there is money, but it still needs to be scalable. It still needs a solution that is effective, and I feel we're making huge progress in that direction.
One of the things you mentioned when you were talking earlier was about the issue of sort of targeting science and conservation efforts. What did you have in mind there? What kinds of targeting did you mean?
Well, there's huge variations in vulnerability to climate change and other factors. So we need to be very careful in where we put our dollars in trying to protect the reefs that can be saved. So, for example, in the northern Red Sea, that reef is because of its location, is far less vulnerable to coral bleaching than other reefs. And so we can really bolster those conservation efforts in locations like that. But we're now taking it to the next level where it's sort of micro-targeting within reefs which are less vulnerable. And suddenly you can have these very sort of sites that are sort of, these sites that are very well protected against climate change generally. And we can focus our efforts on those if we can find them at scale and make people aware of how important these individual reefs are.
So we need robots to look for them. Okay, I see we have lots of questions. Let's start taking some hands. I'm not sure where the microphone is. Okay, perfect.
Hi. I have two questions. You said Mars, I think, did some funding, and they found a cost-effective way to fund or technology? I don't, maybe you can just give a little more information. Is that something you can rinse and repeat and bring to corporate America? Because I think people are pretty receptive right now, especially with ESG on the table. And then one more question. So the barracuda, life of the barracuda, which I love, but is an apex predator a sign of health, or what is that? I'd love to know a little bit more about that. So two very different questions, but...
Well, I'll answer the first one, and that's, Mars Corporation. So they developed this system, and it's sort of called Reef Stars, where you get basically a bit of rebar, then attach the corals, but do it in a way you can using local fishermen. But they are now teaching trainers to basically allow others to use that process, and so allowing that to be scalable. And it can only be used in certain locations. There need to be other systems developed for other reef for other types of environments. But it is very effective, and they are putting the resources into training people so that it is open source. So it's a great model for others to get involved in coral reef restoration. Basically, if you attach, say, the corals to, they attach 12 corals to each one of these rebar structures that are coated in sand, and then they grow very quickly because they anchor them all together. So it's this rigid structure, and because they're away from the substrate, the water flows through, and they grow really, really quickly. So it's little coral fragments that then grow really fast, and I was blown away when I saw the progress that had been made in only 3 years. I didn't think it was possible when I went out to this location and saw what they've managed to achieve.
And if I heard you correctly when you were talking before, this was a reef that had been dynamited, so it was a reef that was going to do well if it could be brought back, and probably has currents bringing larvae to it also. So it has to be just the right combination of factors for that sort of thing to really work.
Absolutely. I mean, this was a reef that is less vulnerable, but it was damaged. So it's like having a wound, and that reef system as a whole isn't that healthy. So you're patching the wound to make sure it's healthy, is in the best possible condition, so it can survive the bleaching events that come through.
All right, and barracudas. Why a barracuda?
So I'm not a biologist, so Aaron, correct me if I'm saying something incorrect, right? So I'm counting on you to correct me. So my understanding is, barracudas are not a sign of health in themselves, right? So they're like the wolves and the tigers of their ecosystem. So what we're hoping to do is, can we quantify their behavior, their interactions, right? So can we understand if a barracuda, if we can detect that it's stressed all of a sudden, that means like what it's eating, what it's depending on, there's something, it's not getting those resources. That means somewhere downstream of the ecosystem, there's like something's wrong, right? So it's just that there anything which is going wrong in an ecosystem, even at the lower level, hopefully eventually it'll kind of bubble up and cause some problems with barracudas. That's my understanding. I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, but I do think that apex predators, you asked a little bit, are they a sign of reef health? And they really are, right? So the big fish are the first things that tend to go when humans move into the area. And so when you have things like barracudas and sharks and big parrotfish and things like that, that's a sign of ecosystem health.
Yes, go ahead with your question.
So you led into what I was interested in as well, about reef health and sound. And there's so much human-caused sound now in the oceans. Are you seeing or expecting any of that to be detrimental to reefs since they use sound so much?
I don't know if everybody could hear that, but she was asking about the effects of human-caused sounds on reefs.
Yeah, so we are our work and other groups' work is showing that that's an impact on animals, on juvenile fish. So even if it's lots of small boats, that noise makes they're more vulnerable to other predators and things like that. So or it's harder for the larvae to find their way back. So human-introduced sound is actually a problem, and it's interesting that it's human-introduced sound tends to be correlated now with like the healthier reefs. So we want to go diving or fishing or observing or snorkeling on the healthier reefs. So those reefs tend to get more noise on them. So so it's a co-challenge, right? Because you want to observe and have people observe those amazing ecosystems, but too much is a challenge.
Yes, of course. Go ahead, Sylvia.
couple of things that I was so glad to hear everybody refer to a coral reef as not just about coral. It's about everybody who lives there, and you need everybody to make a coral reef, including the coral and algae. The algae get a bad rap in coral reefs, but you need the algae, not just those that live within the tissues, which are critically important. But, and the whole idea that sound matters in the sea. It's such a revelation, but it's not a surprise that we haven't thought about it, I think, because the fish on a plate doesn't make a sound except, delicious. It comes from the people, not the fish. But like birds, like mammals, and reptiles and amphibians, it's likely that maybe not all, but most fish do make sounds. We just have to be there and have the ability to listen beyond our own range of hearing. And I love it that you're beginning to tune in to the sound. But there's another dimension that I'd love to have your response to, and that is the chemistry, the subtle tastes, the results of a spawn, for example. Even a human can smell the difference at the surface when corals are spawning. And if I can smell it, well, creatures underneath where the action really is can certainly sense that something's going on in this place. But it must be true where you have a healthy reef, where you've got a lot of eating and pooping. I mean, that's why, this cycle of life, the nutrient cycle, as compared to kind of a place that isn't robust and where a lot of action isn't going on. So you're looking at the chemistry of a healthy reef as compared to one that is kind of dead. And would that be another way? Can you lure people in, fish and other creatures by the chemistry that could be somehow an essence of coral reef?
Amy, I'll let you take that.
Absolutely, we need an essence of coral reef. I don't know if you really want to wear that, but but we need to understand it better. And the good news is with the advances in mass spectrometry now, we're starting to characterize the metabolites of a coral reef, and so it's really exciting. Thousands of metabolite features. We don't know what these chemicals are. We know what some of them are, but we can detect these on reefs. Some of the first work that was done with this was actually in Gardens of the Queen, Cuba, which we're going to hear about in just a minute. And so that paper is out there. You can check it out. And we've recently done that in Florida too. And so that's what we're working on now, is comparing these two really differing ecosystems and what their scents are basically. So we can now measure it. We don't exactly know what it all means. This is where we need computer scientists and to help us figure that out. And what we want to do is detect what are the critical scents too, right? Like we're never going to be able to mimic all of that in environment. So what are the critical ones that organisms are using, that corals are settling on, and how can we sustain that for reefs? Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you.
Sylvia mentioned that reefs are a community, Amy. And that involves people as well, right? People depend on reefs and are working hard to try to save them. So what makes you confident that people doing conservation are going to want to use the Reef Solutions Toolkit?
Yeah, that's a great question, and so many more questions. I love the hands. We got to get these guys.
Yeah, I have a.
So from what I've seen, when solutions are available, there's so much interest in conservation, management, local groups to try it out, because they have the eyes and the ability to get on the reef. They want to do something to help, and we've seen this recently with the coral disease and the Caribbean stony coral tissue loss disease, and now there's a treatment that's used. It's very effective, and it was developed in one lab, and that has been a really great model for us to look at and see how that became more widespread and accepted. Yeah, great question.
And Aaron, I know you're seeing some interest as well.
Sorry.
In your acoustic, in your acoustic system of conservationists wanting to and reaching out to you.
Yes, it's very as Sylvia was saying, it's very sort of like conceptually transferable idea, right? And that you do this, and so yeah, there's a lot of interest from sort of NGOs, not-for-profits, and that kind of thing for doing that. But also there's interest, right? Because we try to make it like it's, you put it integrated with swim buoys, or you can integrate it with your channel markers or that kind of thing, right? So, but the idea is that, as you mentioned, that's scalable. So it's this box, so you don't need a WHOI engineer to run it, but anyone can run it. I'm going to cut myself off because I know there's a lot of questions.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So I'm involved with Woods Hole, so I know a lot about what's going on in the research world. But I read an article yesterday about a company in California called Aquatics, which just signed several billion-dollar contract with Boeing to use their bicarbonate product and put them all over the world, actually, which seeds calcium carbonate or something into the ocean and supposedly pulls carbon out, as well as the other technologies of the ferrous sulfate seeding for the, and then this guy, the metals company, trying to vacuum the nodules off the bottom of the ocean. How do you, I just kind of want to get a perspective for the speed that this is coming at us, from the corporate world as far as carbon capture, and then the research. And I think the coral reefs are probably the most vulnerable in that system of if Woods Hole doesn't, and other organizations don't really understand the long-term effects of that. And I know it's a big question, but I was sort of alarmed yesterday when I read that Boeing had just signed this huge contract, and who's getting the information out there to people about what this could potentially do?
I'm actually going to give that to my boss, who's standing in the corner. Sam, do you want to talk a little bit about the Ocean Vital Signs Network?
Sam.
This is definitely unprepared. Off the cuff, and I defer to the scientists, of course, and I think it's super, super relevant. In particular, the example that you gave, which is enhancing the alkalinity of the ocean in order to make it a more effective chemical sponge to take up carbon at an increased rate. That happens to be one of the interventions that is among several that really have to be studied before they are rolled out at scale, because their potential for destruction is significant, right? Maybe it works, and maybe it's the best thing in the world, maybe in the case, and so I'll throw this as a question to the coral scientists. Something like alkalinity enhancement, we know that reefs are harmed by the acidification of the ocean. This happens to be an intervention that's, charging down the field at a frightening pace, ungoverned by science. But it is an intervention that maybe would have some ancillary benefits to coral reefs because they're being harmed by the acidity. So I want to throw it to you guys and see if you have a response.
Well, we've already been doing that experiment somewhat, right, over time. And so the data shows that corals are not impacted nearly as much by the increase in CO2 as they are by the climate temperature-based stress. But one of the things that they are seeing more of is that there's more sort of the skeletons are thinner and more bio-eroded, so there's more organisms that are bio-eroding those environments as well. So, that also doesn't seem like a great impact on corals. Can we reverse that with some of the solutions and make these corals stronger? That's a great question, and we'd love to see some data on that. But we also have to test it at the ecosystem scale, right? So coral reefs are adjacent to seagrasses, which are adjacent to mangroves, and everything is connected there too. And so it all needs to be studied.
And I think that just makes the point that we need the science to be out ahead of the industry solutions. And the industry's not going to wait, though. That means we have to move more quickly. Can we give the kids a
Yeah, absolutely. Here, take my microphone. Who wants to ask a question?
What happens to the robots after the battery dies? What would happen? Are they taken out of the sea?
Yeah. So these robots, we don't just drop them and go back. We tell them they have a mission. They do their mission. They go down, do their mission, and then they come back up and we recharge them just like your phone or something. They have a rechargeable battery.
What inspired you to make Curie?
So
I love that question.
Yeah, what inspired me to make Curie? So when I was I loved exploring the world, and I was always very curious about the world. And at some point, I realized there are so many adventures which are, I cannot have just because I am not physically capable of, I'm limited by my physical abilities in terms of where I could go. So really, at some point, I was like, how can I build a robot that could just increase my capability to kind of explore like I would if I go, if you go on a trail, on a hike, you're always looking for, hey, that mushroom, that looks interesting, that little bird or animal, that sound, you pay attention to. That's what the exploration and like kind of being curious during exploration is all about. So I wanted to build a robot that could explore an environment like I do, and that kind of motivated me to build Curie.
Do parrotfish and other animals that eat coral cause a problem for coral reefs?
Does our biologist want to take that?
No, so it's you need all of them, right? It's kind of a balance, right? And we don't necessarily know which ones are more important than others all the time. And we know that it's this natural network, right, that should exist in balance. And so we know that when we start to take out some of those things, we start to take out the parrotfish, then all of a sudden algae may grow faster on the reef. So they're eating some coral, but they're also eating some algae, and so they're playing a good role. So it's pretty damaging when you start to see even the little fish that don't seem super important being sort of harvested, because we just don't know necessarily what role they play. And if you want to think broader than that a little bit, even things like sponges, they filter the water and they provide pharmaceutical products that are anti-pain or anti-cancer, and so there's just a huge amount of role that they play.
I'm going to take one more audience question, and then I have one closing question to Amy, but I can't see where the microphone is. I can't see very well up here.
Yeah, it's
Whoever has the microphone, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question and maybe a solution. You have those kit tools, right? And you study the ecosystems. Why did you think of having those toolkits on the cruise lines, especially on the Caribbean, to start with? So not to be just, for enjoyment, but also to have a small place in that cruise line for a small lab, and you have those kids, right, kids? So.
Yeah,
I also read about your work. So you kind of mapped the ocean floor and reefs, and so you have that information, and you have also the fact that the ecosystems are endangered, and you have those kits, so you can talk to the cruise lines, and have them have a small place for you on.
Yeah, I was going to say at Woods Hole Oceanographic, we call those ships of opportunity, and we do have science going on. I don't know about cruise lines, but definitely on commercial ships, there's science going on that we're taking advantage of, just the fact that they're out there and there's so many of them. But do you have a thought about the Reef Solutions Toolkit? And
Sure, yeah, I can comment on that. So I love that idea. I mean, I think people are on vacation on cruise lines, at eco resorts, because they want to be near the ocean, right? And they're already there for the ocean, and so let's make them more invested, let's give them the tools, let's help them get educated, and yeah, that's our goal. We don't have the toolkit yet. I wish I could ship it out and have it ready to go, but we'd love these to be accessible anywhere. Why can't $1 of your whatever thousands of dollar tickets go to help fund a toolkit? And let's get everybody involved, young to old, deploying the tools.
Yeah, I was thinking also more of the sounds that those ships are making, and what he was saying about the danger and how that can be helped.
Yeah, that's a big challenge, right? The cruise ships coming in are a big challenge, and so and they introduce a lot of noise, and so. But I kind of follow up with Amy, right? That there's a lot of right. People want to be at those resorts, and those resorts want people to come because the reefs are beautiful, right? And so if we can bring in more partnerships in terms of supporting that can just only really help.
All right, we need to cede the stage soon to Fernando Bretos to tell us about work going on in Cuba. But Amy, so the toolkits are still in development, but is there something all of us in this room could be doing right now to help coral reefs?
Yes, I'd love it if all of you could walk away and tell 2 friends about what you learned tonight, because the more we can spread the message about the state of the reefs, what solutions are being developed. I mean, it's exciting to talk about robots and sound, and it's a great cocktail dinner conversation, but if you can just go and spread the word and tell 2 friends, that will help make our lives so much easier.
Or tweet 1,000. Yeah.
All right, well, I want to say a big thank you to the Explorers Club for welcoming us here tonight and letting us share some of Woods Hole Oceanographic's cutting-edge science with you.
Sorry. No, but I feel like I'm like shouting at everybody. Whatever, they don't know who I am. Woods Hole Group.
That's what they did.
Yeah. But you know what? I know one of the tech guys who worked on. I'll come tell you. But,
all right. So thank you again. Thank you again to Woods Hole. Thank you. Thanks again to Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. I'll keep things going pretty quick to get Fernando on stage. But my name's Ben Farmer. We're very excited to introduce Fernando with the Ocean Foundation. Fernando's been advancing amazing science diplomacy for the past 10, 15 years in collaboration with the University of Havana in Cuba. So we're very excited to hear about his innovative coral reef restoration techniques with larval propagation that's been going on across a hope spot and a hope spot and Gardens of the Queen. So we are very honored to provide you that spotlight this week, and thank you.
Buenas noches. Good evening. This guy's falling over. Thank you, Ben, for the introduction, and also to Ben and Sarah for all their help putting this together. It's been a lot of fun interacting with you two and counting down the days for tonight. And thank you as well to the Explorers Club for hosting me and my colleague Patricia Gonzalez, who was coming from Havana, but she couldn't get her visa to come to the United States. Which will bring me to what I'm going to talk about how science and conservation can be held hostage by certain politics. And Patricia not being here today is an example of that, of how hard it is to do this kind of science diplomacy between two countries that don't get along. I am with the Ocean Foundation. I'm going to talk a bit about science diplomacy, about how two countries are figuring this out, how to work together to create innovative solutions that are community-based. We heard a lot about from Woods Hole today about how this work goes nowhere unless there are people implementing it, scientists testing it, scientists monitoring it, machines, technology as well, but it's the people in the field that can make this work. And we're those people. We're the ones that have a voice, that have children, that can get out and make a difference. And the best way to do that is to get in water. Get in water. Just find water, whether it's a river, whether it's a swimming pool. Water will talk to you. It'll inspire you, and it'll make you make a difference. It'll get in your head. So that's my suggestion, is just get out to water whenever you can. So I represent the Ocean Foundation, which is several things, 3 things really. It's a community foundation, the first community foundation dedicated to the oceans. We're celebrating our 21st anniversary this year. It also serves as a fiscal sponsor for smaller organizations, mine included. I joined the Ocean Foundation in 2008 when I was a one-person program, and they provided that opportunity to be something, right? They provide a service for smaller projects that can maintain their integrity and their identity. They provide payroll and the ability to work and do our things. I think it's a lot of the small organizations that are making a big difference, and the Ocean Foundation stands up for them 100%. I joined the Ocean Foundation in 2019 as part of the third leg of the stool, which is our programs. We do a lot of work on ocean acidification, studying, monitoring, plastics, and then the Blue Resilience Initiative, which is what I represent. I love this map. I am a resident of Florida, Sylvia too, another Florida native. So I'm really interested, I've always been interested in how we're linked, right? And so this map is a really good job of showing how ocean currents bring these countries together. What you'll see here is the most important part of the Gulf Stream. The Gulf Stream originates off the coast of Venezuela and ends up in Ireland. There are species, there are types of palm that grow off the west coast of Ireland. That's because this transports a huge amount of warm water all the way up to Europe. It's why the climate of Europe isn't as cold as it really should be, considering its latitude. The Gulf Stream is also critical in transporting, right? Transporting people, transporting larvae, transporting spawn even to a lesser extent. So lobster larvae, fish larvae, sea turtles, more active migrants, can hitch a ride on this Gulf Stream and move and spread. It's almost like wind in the ocean, right? The Spanish used the Gulf Stream to get gold and silver back to Europe. Ben Franklin was the first to scientifically discover the Gulf Stream. So it's an incredibly important body of water and that links us as people, but also all of the organisms and habitats that call the Caribbean home. Of course, Cuba is a massive part of the Caribbean. It's about 600 miles long from one tip to the other. Has 4 different coral reef chains, and if you line those up, they're 3 times longer than the Mesoamerican reef. So you have 4 kind of antennae coming off the Cuban coast. Jardines de la Reina is one of them. And the longest is this one on the northern coast. So a lot of coral habitat, seagrass habitat, and mangroves, lots of mangroves as well. So why Cuba? For me, it's personal. My parents left Cuba as part of Operation Peter Pan. They left as orphans. Their parents were still alive, but during the Cuban Revolution, their parents sent them away to Miami. This is my mother, Concepcion, who's from Cienfuegos on the southern coast of Cuba. This man over here is my father, Miguel Bretos, studying at St. Bernard's College in Coleman, Alabama. He got a scholarship when he came from Cuba. He left Cuba when he was 17, again without his parents. Their parents came 5 years later, but my mother lived in an orphanage in Lincoln, Nebraska, even though her parents were still alive, because she wasn't old enough to take care of her younger brother. So I learned a lot from my parents. I learned the immigrant story. I learned how to work really hard. But they're an incredible model for me. They remain that. And they also left Cuba, so they didn't get to know Cuba. My mother jokes that I know more about Cuba than she does, because I've been working there for 23 years. So working in Cuba it's invigorating. It's also very frustrating because of the difficult relations, but it's just part of me. And so while I have no family in Cuba, my family are the people we work with, Patricia, people that I've grown up with, right? So there's me, just a Cuban kid from Miami Beach, Florida, that fell in love with the ocean. And I started working in Cuba in 1999. I was at the Ocean Conservancy at the time where I met Sylvia, and I was transporting a collection of photographs for the reopening of the Cuban Natural History Museum. I was petrified. I was so scared to get on that plane because when you grow up in Miami, you hear really terrible things about Cuba from Cubans, that everyone's in prison and that no one can do anything. And in fact, I have an uncle that spent time in prison, so I kind of started to believe a bit of that. But when I got to Cuba, when I got to Havana, I was received by the University of Havana. Everything changed, and I realized this was a wonderful place for me to work and build those bridges. At the Ocean Foundation, I'm a program officer with Blue Resilience Initiative. We do community-based, nature-based habitat restoration. We work in a seascape, so it's 3 different habitats where we focus our efforts. Those are seagrasses, coral reefs, and mangroves. If you've ever been to one, you've seen the rest, right? They're all very closely associated. Coral reefs reduce wave energy by 97%. They're the first line of defense. Behind the lagoon, you'll find seagrasses normally, which do a similar thing in terms of reducing wave energy, but also providing habitat. And then you have mangroves. So when you take all of these together, they're very good at absorbing carbon dioxide, especially seagrasses and mangrove, but they provide that protective element, which is critical for coastal communities. So we work on restoring all 3, but making sure that work is integrated in the community and it's driven by the community. So Patricia is the scientist on the left. She loves this photo whenever I put it in presentations. I love it too. And so we have the same mentor in Cuba, Maria Elena Ibarra. We've known each other since we were 23 years old, and we continue to work together. In fact, Patricia did a project with WHOI. Amy contacted me about 10 years ago, and we were able to get this project going, which was really important to help the University of Havana advance their science. Something's happening in Cuba now in which young scientists are leaving the island, and they can't be replaced. So these kinds of projects, these kind of collaborations are critical for keeping young people in Cuba there. And every Cuban scientist that I've met that's left Cuba has told me the same thing. They left because they couldn't do their career anymore. They didn't have the resources, they couldn't. Marine science is a tough science anywhere, but especially in Cuba because it's costly, and getting on research vessels is really tricky for permits. And so by collaborating with Cubans, we're able to keep them there and let them be themselves and have a career as a marine scientist. There's an incredible amount of competition inside the universities to get your PhD in marine science in Cuba. And so the science is very strong. But we're facing a tricky time now where a lot of scientists are leaving, which is another reason why this work is so important. So most of our work with the University of Havana focuses on these 3 themes. We've been running a sea turtle monitoring project in Guanacavillas National Park on the western tip since 1999, a project looking at sawfish populations in Cuba, looking at relations with the Bahamas. We discovered a juvenile sawfish in Cuba Bay last summer, which is proving, we think, that there is actually a resident population of small-tooth sawfish in Cuba. The assumption was that they're all coming from Bahamas. And this is all done with people. This is talking to fishers, divers, that are telling us that they've seen sawfish so long ago, they caught one in a net. In this case, the fisher had found a dead sawfish, a juvenile, in a net, which is helping us kind of piece this together. And of course, a lot of work, which is Patricia's specialty, on coral reef health and restoration. The restoration is new. Coral restoration was a crazy idea 15 years ago. In our meetings, it was this wacky intervention that we probably would never have to try. And now it's critical. I was at the International Coral Reef Symposium in Germany last summer, and I think 80% of the presentations mentioned coral restoration. Some high percentage, I can't say exactly, were about coral restoration. So now it's become the driving theme in a lot of coral science. So our project, this was funded a year ago by the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, which is funded by the German Development Bank. We had a crazy idea, which is proving to be pretty practical now, to work between the 2 largest countries in the Caribbean, the Dominican Republic and Cuba. Together, there are 22 million people. If you draw a line between Guanacavillas National Park and Punta Cana, that's about 1,800 kilometers, so that's from here to Miami. So it's a huge area, a lot of habitat, in the southern coast of Cuba, for example, you have very shallow water where there's a lot of coral habitat. And we're doing 3 different things. One is restoring coral reefs, employing this new technique of larval propagation, which I'll tell you a bit about. Trying to work with existing asexual restoration, which involves cutting fragments from corals and planting them. This is critical intervention, except what's happening is when you cut a fragment from a coral and then you put it in a nursery, it's essentially living in heaven, right? It's got unlimited sun, it's off the bottom, there's no competition. Once you put those fragments back in the ground, then all of a sudden they're competing again, there's algae, there's disease, there's bleaching, and they're not doing so well. There basically is a lack of genetic diversity because you're just cutting a clone and you're planting that. The other limitation is scale. So if anyone here has been helping with coral restoration before and you're zip tying a coral or hammering a coral to the seascape and you're looking around and you're realizing it's a real big ocean, it's not cutting it, right? And there's been a lot of work now with robots and trying to upscale this, but still, it's really not cutting it. So we need new techniques for coral restoration that are introducing diversity, genetic diversity, but also allowing for a higher level of dissemination, getting these corals out quicker. We're also working on mangrove restoration in the southern coast of Cuba and in La Fe, a site Myra and I visited in November, which is completely community-based, involving removing invasive vegetation and marine debris and planting propagules. And the third project, I'm not going to get too much into 2 and 3, involves sargassum, which is a brown algae that's become very problematic in the Caribbean. And we're working with farmers in the Dominican Republic and in Cuba to compost sargassum. If you compost it directly, it has a high level of heavy metals, particularly arsenic, so it's not so useful for fertilizer. But if you can introduce vegetative cuttings and basically dilute this to the point where it doesn't show up, it can actually be a very useful fertilizer in coastal areas that are saline, that don't have enough organic inputs. Now, moving on to the coral restoration, we had this idea, as I mentioned, to bring these 2 countries together. We envision this as a South-South partnership. So these 2 countries are leading the charge. We're introducing the technology, the capacity, the building, the learning, but it's the Dominicans teaching the Cubans and the Cubans teaching the Dominicans. We had a workshop in February of 2022 in Bayaibe, which is right here. It's a beautiful spot on the southern coast of the Dominican Republic with a group called Fundemar, Fundación Dominicana de Estudios Marinos, where we train the entire Cuban coral restoration community in this new technique of larval propagation. I also refer to it as sexually fused coral restoration. So I'm glad the kids left because we're going to talk a bit about sex now. But basically it involves allowing corals to spawn. I'll lead you through it in a minute. And collecting that spawn and then fusing it and then releasing it on the coral. Seacorps International isn't the only group that's doing this, but they've done a lot of science, particularly this we actually call a Seacorps star. It's a type of substrate they've created. These are very common. You'd be using something similar on yours. It's this porcelain, very smooth, attracts crustose coral and algae, which is what corals settle on. So the 2 sites we picked to work on larval propagation are areas where there's already a lot of coral science going on in Cuba. The first is Guanacavives National Park. This is on the very western tip of Cuba. It's a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. It's really a stunning place, very, very natural, very undisturbed. The reef is about 50 meters off the coast, so it's very practical to do this type of intervention, which needs a lot of boat time, getting back to shore. And we're led by a colleague there named Dorca Cobian, who's doing a fantastic job. It's the only site in the project where we're doing mangrove, sargassum, and coral restoration. The other site is Jardines de la Reina National Park. Gardens of the Queen was actually named by Christopher Columbus, the Gardens of the Queen, in 1494, because he observed a labyrinth of coral at the time and actually named it for Queen Isabel of Spain. And it maintains that name to this day. So this is the largest marine protected area in the Caribbean. It's about 1,000 square kilometers. It was closed off in 1996 as part of an agreement with the Cuban government, whereby an Italian dive company moved in and they closed down fishing in the archipelago. in exchange for allowing a number of liveaboard divers to dive there and then later fly fishing. So it's capped. At one point it was 1,000 divers. It's probably about 3,000 divers now that are allowed to visit the area. Lots of large predators, a lot of black groupers, Goliath groupers, sharks. I know Carl was with us about 5 years ago when we visited the last time we ran into Sylvia. It's really a beautiful spot. Not ideal to do coral restoration because it is so far away. It's a 5-hour drive from Havana and another 6 hours on a boat. But there's so much good science there. Since the park was closed in 1996, there's been essentially no fishing pressure except for a lobster fishery. And biomass inside the park is 3 times higher than outside of the park. So it's important as well as what we call a spillover. So it's where you can really maintain biodiversity levels to a very high level that then positively impact areas surrounding the protected area. It's the whole point of a marine protected area. In this case, it's working really well. So, larval propagation, sexually fused corals, right? It's a new technique. It's tricky. It involves a lot of luck. You're basically counting on one night a year when these corals spawn. We're adding more corals to our slate. Diploria, which spawns in May in the Caribbean and carries through June, is very appealing. But generally, the technology, the approach we're applying to reef-building corals, particularly acroporas. This is Acropora palmata, elkhorn coral, and staghorn coral. And what we're doing is we're putting a net, a mesh, with a test tube at the top. Spawn goes straight to the top once it is released from the coral. So we're able to collect it from the top of that test tube. Again, we need to have divers out, crossing their fingers that the spawning happens. This summer, for example, we're going to have a tricky year because you have a spawning in early September and another one, in August and then September, so we're not sure when the good spawning is going to be. Then they collect the spawn. This is a video by our colleagues in Microbiome National Park last August, where they're celebrating.
Estoy. ¡Uno! ¿Dale cuenta? ¡Uno, dos, tres!
This spawn. So after they've collected it, so they're really excited. This is the first time it's been documented in this part of Cuba. Same thing in Jardines. We had twin expeditions going on at the same time, and we're successfully implemented this technique for the first time. So after it's collected, it's fused, and this is done in a fat separator, in a cooler. It's released. So you're basically shrinking the ocean, right? Instead of this spawning naturally and going according to the currents, you're basically shrinking it. So you're putting all that spawn together, knowing that it came from different colonies. That's what we're doing in the bucket here. So it's fusing at that point. We confirm that under the microscope that the corals in polyps have gametes have indeed fused into one polyp. Then we release them into what we call cribs, coral in situ basins. So these allow us to work at sea. Instead of bringing that spawn, those polyps, back to a lab and then bringing them out again, this is essentially an underwater lab that looks a bit like this on the inside. So the diver comes in with those baby polyps and settles them, just pours them on top of crates that hold these substrates. This is a sea star that's a very smooth type of porcelain. We have to acclimate this for about 3 months so it attracts crustose coralline algae. This is the algae that corals like as opposed to the ones they don't like. And then they're ready to settle. So the corals are then poured over the substrates. There are a few thousand could be in here. And then they naturally settle onto the substrates. Then they're disseminated by divers. So instead of hammering a coral down, one of these substrates could have up to 20, 30 coral babies. Not too many. We want to keep it light, which is why when we settle the substrates, we try and do it over a pretty broad area. This is what success looks like, right? So this is a pinhead, right, on one of these substrates. That's it. That's a polyp that's fused to this substrate that hopefully will grow into a coral that will then be disseminated by a diver. It looks small, but that was a really big deal, and this was from Jardines de la Reina last August. We'll be doing this again this summer and next summer, and in perpetuity, funding permitting, to really get this going in Jardines and in Guanacavives. In Guanacavives, we had about 200 of these released. In Jardines, a little less, the reason being that Patricia thinks that the elkhorn patch we collected from has very low diversity, so the spawning fusing wasn't as successful. That's natural. They think that's from a hurricane in 1935 that decimated one side of a channel. But this is what success looks a little bit later. This isn't growing off a substrate, but this is a different type of restoration, but I didn't have a coral growing off a substrate to show you. So this is what they look like. This is what a young, restored elkhorn coral looks like later. And then I'm going to finish up by talking about something that's very Cuban that only happens in Cuba, right? And we call it el invento cubano, and that means sort of the Cuban ingenuity. So Cuba, because of the embargo, Cubans are very creative with how they use resources. So I know mechanics that told me they would get a Russian Alata piston, a Russian car piston, shave that down, literally shaving the outside of it down enough so that it fits in a 1956 Cadillac, right? And it works. So this is a beautiful thing you see in Cuba, where they're using what they can. During the special period in Cuba when the Soviet subsidies pulled out, Cubans ate grapefruit steak. There was no meat, so they made steaks out of grapefruit. When we were working with Woods Hole, if you remember, with Conrad, Conrad Hewen, is he retired? Is he still going? Oh, good, good. All right. Was drilling into corals, and Amy brought him down. After he drills and takes a core from the coral, he has to cap it, and that's with a sort of a concrete plug. At the time, they had no concrete, and so they experimented with getting a condom and filling it with rubber cement, because there are a lot of condoms in Cuba, and plugging it, but it didn't work. I guess it was too buoyant, so the thing popped. So Conrad, I think, had to bring down plugs, which is crazy. There's no cement, right? So this is an example. And Mara Hazeltine is an example of this ingenuity. So in November, when we had our sargassum workshop, I had met Mara. Mark Spalding introduced me. Mara's on the advisory board of the Ocean Foundation. And Mara's an environmental artist. And we were talking about working in Cuba. And I said, well, why don't you just come down with me in November? So we did. We went to Guanacavives. And the problem arises from these substrates. So we can't make these in Cuba. These are made at a factory in Toronto, in Ontario. Last summer, I flew, and my colleague Katie, 1,400 of these down in a suitcase. You can't ship these to Cuba because of the embargo. Cuban customs hated that. It took about 5 different trips between the two of us to bring enough of these down for them to use. It's not sustainable, right? We've got to figure out another way to get these made in Cuba. Mara came down with me, and we started some conversations she did with the Cuban Ceramics Museum, which is this building in the middle. And we had a helper named Amanda who introduced us to these artists. This is the building on the inside. The idea being to create molds, artistic molds that we could use. So you're adding a nice artistic touch to the work. What Mara figured out was there was a thriving ceramics community in Cuba. This is Carlos, one of the artists at the Ceramics Museum, who has an oven that can get enough heat in the oven to make these in Cuba. We still had the problem of how do we find the clay. We dug a little deeper and found that there's a type of clay called kaolin, which is only found in Cuba. It's a very fine clay that would make perfect porcelain, and this artist uses it. And so we now have the ability, we're a couple steps away, to make the molds here that Mara's designing. You can see them outside at her exhibition after this, and fire them and dry them in Cuba. So this guy doesn't have to carry 1,400 of these in a suitcase anymore. The Cubans are happy, and we're employing Cuban artists in the process. So through our CBF grant, we can pay Carlos to make these, use the molds to make the substrate. So it's a real win-win. it's just what I want to finish by pointing out, that this project is so broad, or any conservation project. It involves artists, it involves farmers. This Enrique is a former fisher that has figured out an ingenious way to get mangrove propagules to grow in the cracks in the dry season. So this would be all submerged, this mangrove area, in tidal water, and in the dry season it cracks, and he's planting propagules in the cracks, and they're taking. So this is how everyday people, divers, over a dozen Cuban scientists are basing their dissertations on this work, on this project. Same thing with any project, that any funding we can bring into Cuba really goes a long way in terms of engaging everyday people, artists, fishers, former fishers, farmers in the process. So that's it. Come visit Cuba when you get a chance. It's a beautiful place. Thank you.
We're also going to give him what, Ted? Challenge coins. I hear you're also going to receive challenge coins, but come on up. Tell us what's up with the challenge coins. Before you leave, everybody stay here for a second.
Good evening, everyone. Let's just give another round of applause to all of the researchers that spoke tonight. My name is Sarah Von Hohn. I am a coral restoration and disease specialist at the University of the Virgin Islands. So seeing all of these researchers speak is just incredibly inspiring for me. I hope it is for you. I'd like to take a second before we head to the bar to talk about these little Explorers Club coins, challenge coins that we have. Thank you. So these challenge coins have a little Explorers Club emblem on one side, and then on the other side, we actually had a logo design competition this year for World Oceans Week. There were a bunch of 5th graders who participated in this. So the winner this year was someone who drew a very adorable manatee logo. So a very unique challenge coin. And I would like to take some time tonight to have all the researchers who spoke come up, and you will be receiving one of these. I just want to thank all of you for being ocean advocates, for being solution seekers, for being people who are models of hope as we face this coral reef crisis. So come on up. And there's a traditional way to give a challenge coin, so I will shake each of your hands. Thank you.
And pardon me for jumping up here too, but Kevin, the staffer, asked me to jump up here and tell you that we are running a little behind schedule today. So we do have a break now, and the next session, which was originally planned to start at 7, we're going to start more closer to 7:20. That way you give a little bit of break here between now and the next session. So please enjoy yourselves. See you back here 7:15, 7:20.
If you do not have a blue wristband, they are going to send you downstairs.
So get your blue. If you haven't checked in, go check in. There's probably a few of us who can get by without a band, but not many.
In the deepest ocean, the bottom of the sea, your eyes, they turn me. Why should I stay here? Why should I stay?
to make a difference through their actions, getting people around the world to come together, to use their knowledge, to use their desire to do something positive, and to inspire others to do the same. What can they do to turn things from this into a time of recovery? That is the goal. That's what will make the living ocean perpetual.
Good evening, everyone. For those of you who haven't met me yet, I've met most of you, I think, by now. I'm Richard Garriott. I'm the current president of the Explorers Club, and it is my pleasure to welcome you here tonight as we kick off World Oceans Week 2023. You know, this is our 7th annual event here hosting the World Oceans Week at the Explorers Club. And boy, I could not be more excited for the week we have ahead. It seems like every one of the last 7 years we've been doing this, it gets bigger and better every year. Already from last night through the things we've seen already today, it's clear that we're on a trend to again do even better than we have done before. You know, from the inspiring to the cutting edge to the sustainably delicious in a couple of days, this week is the culmination of months of hard work. A committee of over 40 members led by President Emeritus Ted Janulis down here in the front. And a dedicated staff here at the Explorers Club who are all around and hiding in the corners. For those of you who don't know the staff, there's only about a dozen of them, and they really do work their tails off pulling this off. Preparing for this was a heroic, Herculean lift, and so please say thank you to any of those that you meet. You know, we're especially pleased and proud to have the support of Rolex, our friends down here in front as well. You know, Rolex has been with us here since the very beginning of Oceans Week. They've been a huge supporter of not only oceanographic research, but exploration more broadly. They're actually our longest partner at the Explorers Club. We couldn't be more happy to have you here with us here tonight, too. And thank you so much for your years of support. But joining them for this occasion are people such as Sally Rainey of Global Choices, Schmidt Marine Technology Partners. There's a little kiosk of theirs down in the members' lounge. The Carl and Gigi Allen Exploration. They also have a little kiosk downstairs to take a look at. EC member National Phil Stevenson and the Stevenson Foundation. And of course, I know you already heard the previous session was our dear friends over at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute. Thank you to all of you and all of them for their support of the Explorers Club and of World Oceans Week. So thank you. You know, you heard a little bit of a taped bit from Dr. Sylvia Earle, her deepness, moments ago, but tonight I know you're going to hear a lot more really fascinating things about Mission Blue, Hope Spot's work on coral restoration, and so much more. You've got a really treat ahead of you, but to start us off this evening, I want to introduce World Oceans Week Committee Chair Member, Professor of Ocean Conservation Science at Stony Brook University, Dr. Ellen Pictish. I said it right before, but yeah, Pictish. Over there when I was practicing it, I got it right perfectly the first time and was complimented for it. So now I get up here and I, of course, screwed up. But Ellen is an award-winning scientist, conservationist, and communicator who is transforming the way the ocean is regarded and managed. A professor, as I said, at Stony Brook University and director of its Institute for Oceanographic Conservation Science. Her contributions span the gamut from basic science innovations to domestic and international policy change, and from locally to globally significant investigations. She is also a champion of the Shinnecock Bay Hope Spot, the first Hope Spot of your 140 plus that's here in New York City. And I welcome you up here to do the next bit of introductions. I got it right perfectly the first time.
I'm sorry I have such a difficult name to pronounce. It's not my fault. It's a great pleasure to be here tonight to talk about not only the Shinnecock Bay hope spot, but hope spots in general, and why we should have hope, why I have hope, why we all need to have hope. So the Shinnecock Bay hope spot. Oh, good. Almost exactly 1 year ago today, in this very room, the Shinnecock Bay Hope Spot was launched, officially announced. And this Hope Spot was co-nominated by my institute, the Institute for Ocean Conservation Science, and very importantly, the Explorers Club. So we are co-champions of the Shinnecock Bay Hope Spot. And so this is just showing what happened a year ago. And what I want to do tonight is bring you up to date. I'll tell you a little bit about the origin story, just so that everyone is on the same page, and really bring you up to date on what we're doing now and what we hope to do. So hope spots can be hope spots for many, many different reasons. And the Shinnecock Bay Hope Spot really does have many dimensions that give us hope. It's full of biodiversity. It's full of biodiversity and human cultures, a rich tradition of people, and so many things. But I think the thing that really stands out for this hope spot, especially compared with many of the other hope spots, is that the hope comes from the fact that it demonstrated that we can change. We can turn things around. We can undo the harm that we've done to ecosystems. So when I first got to Shinnecock Bay, the water looked like this. It was brown, and it had been that way since 1985. Every year there was a brown tide, and it covered a huge portion of the bay. And that brown tide led to a death spiral. It cut the water, prevented sunlight from cutting through to the water, and the seagrasses died. When the seagrasses died, there was no habitat for the fish. And the clam populations collapsed. It really was in terrible, terrible shape. And about a decade ago, I and my colleagues at Stony Brook University decided, you know what, it's time to stop just documenting the problems. Let's try to fix this place. And so we did try to fix the place. And the heart of our solution is what we call hard clam sanctuaries. These are no-take areas that have been planted with large adult clams. And these clams are ready to filter the water, restore the natural filtration capacity of the bay. And our theory was, if we could clean up the water, the rest of the ecosystem would begin to respond. The seagrasses could come back. The harmful algal blooms would stop. That's what we hoped. And this shows the main locations for those hard clam sanctuaries, no-take zones. So I'm cutting right to the bottom line here, what happened. After 10 years, so when we started, people would say, Ellen, when do you think we're going to start to see a difference? And I would say, well, I'm not really clear on when that might be. Maybe, I hope that within 5 years or so, we might start to make a dent in the problem. But actually, by 10 years, it was clear that not only have we made a dent in the problem, but we had really turned the problem around. We had successfully restored Shinnecock Bay. The brown tides, that brown water, those were eliminated, those harmful algal blooms. We have not seen a brown tide in Shinnecock Bay in 5 years. The first time it happened, we thought, wow, are we just lucky this year? But the fact that this has continued 5 years in a row really makes us think that we have actually eradicated the main cause of the degradation of the rest of the system. The clam population has flourished by 2,000-fold. It's just incredible. The clams that we planted, they reproduced, they produced more clams, and those clams produced more clams, and so on and so forth. And now there are clams in many parts of the bay, not just the parts that we planted. The seagrasses have made a major comeback. We have about 4 times the area of seagrass now in Shinnecock Bay than when we started. And fish and other wildlife are thriving. The forage fish, the small fish, that everything else depends upon, all the bigger fish depend upon, and the seabirds and the mammals, they have increased 4-fold in abundance over this 10-year period. And people can now enjoy a healthy and safe environment. And this was the inspiration, really, for saying, you know, this story can give people, it gives me, a lot of hope that with science, guided by science, with persistence, with hard work, we can turn things around. And in fact, in this case, we did. We turned brown tide blue. This is what Shinnecock Bay looks like on most days today. So I continue to be inspired by Shinnecock Bay every day when I'm there and on the water and seeing the wildlife and seeing more wildlife and more good things happening. It really makes me happy. So this idea of hope not only resonated with us, but the media seemed to like the idea and amplified it. This is the local paper where Shinnecock Bay is located in the town of Southampton. We got the front page, above the fold. After years of decay, a ray of hope. NBC News covered the Shinnecock Bay Global Hope Spot and talked about how this was an example that could be followed globally. That, again, we can turn things around. It's not all doom and gloom. We can make a change. And then last fall, our team published a paper in Frontiers in Marine Science, which documents, and again, this is for the scientifically minded of you. If you really want to know all the details, they're in here. Exactly what was done and how, and what the result was. That's the beginning of our, what we hope will be a toolkit, as we heard about during Coral Hour. Okay, so one of the things we did last year, we want to do more to engage the community. We took a field trip to Shinnecock Bay. A lot of the people on this trip are in this room. We're members of the Explorers Club. And I want to point out this person right here. This is Judith Weiss. Judith Weiss is a professor emerita from Rutgers University. And she was so inspired by the Shinnecock Bay Hope Spot that she decided, you know, I think I'll nominate the place I've been working to be a hope spot. And later on that summer, she happened to have spent some time with Sylvia Earle, and she talked with Sylvia and said, do you think this is a crazy idea, or do you think it could work? And hopefully I'm not giving away too much of the next story, but in fact, she and others did nominate the New York, New Jersey harbor to be a hope spot, and that just happened this year. So I love the Hope Spot program, and I think we have a lot of proof now that not only is there a lot of hope to be found out there, but that hope begets hope. Hope begets action. So I'm going to skip through this and just say, because in the interest of time, we have a lot of work ahead of us. We're not done. There are always new threats, and the threats that we have are always increasing. And we need to make sure that we can secure the future of Shinnecock Bay. We've also taken some new directions. We look at Shinnecock Bay as a test bed for innovative new science. And that's because of the wealth of data, the amazing database that we've collected over the years. More than a decade of really intense science. And we can use this to provide proof of concept for new technologies, and then hope that they can go out and start exploring the oceans more broadly. Enhanced engagement with stakeholders, particularly the Shinnecock Indian Nation. They're now partnering with us, and to continue to spread the word locally and globally. In the near term, we are making headway in our plans to try to have an expedition that we call the All Shinnecock Expedition in 2024. It's going to be all Shinnecock because it's going to include the wild diversity of species. As I said, we have a partnership now with the Shinnecock Indian Nation, so we will be able to have, complete partnership in every phase of the work. We will share knowledge, we'll share science, we'll work in each other's waters, we'll work together. And we're employing these new and emerging technologies in Shinnecock Bay and using eDNA, in situ sensors, and USVs. So really that's what I have to say. That we are having another field trip and day of activities at Shinnecock Bay this week on Friday. The boat trips, unfortunately, sold out right away. We're really fortunate that Sylvia Earle will be with us and the Mission Blue team the whole day, and there are still tickets available for the 4 p.m. event. So if you haven't decided what you want to do on Friday, maybe come out and be inspired by Shinnecock Bay. And thank you. So I'd like to ask Christina Janulis to come up, and she's going to talk to us about Blue Gen.
Hello. Thank you, Ellen, for that. That's an amazing summary of all the work you've been doing. I can't believe you fit it into that short of a presentation. It's been years in the making. Hi, I'm Christina. And just in that theme of hope and sharing ideas and making change, we wanted to take a second to acknowledge the Blue Generation program we've been running. It's the second year now. So it's basically early career emerging explorers and ocean professionals and leaders who we bring to the club during World Oceans Week. And we put them in a program that's very peer-to-peer learning focused and interactive. So we kicked it off yesterday with Francois Ballet from the UN, who asked the very simple question of who governs the oceans, which he tried to squeeze into 3 hours, which was also impossible. And then today we heard from Schmidt Marine Technology Partners, and we heard from coral gardeners about coral restoration. We also had those, I believe Richard Garrett mentioned it, but the leading edge technologies we have showcased downstairs, just to plug that one more time. So yeah, I just wanted to say that if you're around tonight, if you're sticking around for the week, the Blue Generation participants, there's about 35 of them. They're kind of 20s-ish range, and they're wearing blue lanyards. So I know they would love to engage with you all and hear about what you're doing and just, yeah, talk about what they're excited about. So just to let you know that they're around and they're excited. And yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. And I want to invite Shannon Rake, who is the Hope Spot Program Manager for Mission Blue, and I'm sure she'll have something awesome for you. So.
All right, thank you, Christina. All justice for the vertically challenged. We're super thrilled to be here this week. Thank you so much to the Explorers Club for hosting an amazing week of programming and events. Huge thank yous are in order for Ted Janulis, Oceans Week founding chair and Explorers Club president emeritus, Julie and Alex Wallace, club fellows, Oceans Week co-chairs, and Richard Garriott, who you heard from earlier, Explorers Club president, as well as the entire Explorers Club team, who I have been working fervently behind the scenes on tonight, and they've been working so hard on all the week's events, so thank you to all of you as well. I wanted to take also a moment to thank Rolex for their incredible work, their support for World Oceans Week at the Explorers Club, and also their support for conservation projects and NGOs, including Mission Blue. Rolex is doing incredible work with their Perpetual Planet initiative, which you saw a quick video of earlier, and their support to Mission Blue is invaluable, and we're truly grateful, so thank you for that. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a background about how Mission Blue started. As some of you may know, Mission Blue was founded by Dr. Sylvia Earle. Sylvia is a National Geographic explorer at large, aquanaut, author, lecturer, all-around amazing human being, and certainly one of my favorite marine creatures. I'm telling you, she's not all human. So Sylvia gave a TED Talk in 2009, and her TED wish was to create a global network of marine protected areas large enough to save and restore the blue heart of the planet. She won the TED Prize, and shortly after founded Mission Blue. So in 2010, Mission Blue was off and running, designating hope spots. It was mostly at high-level congresses and conferences, the impacts, the IUCNs, the UN Ocean conferences, really areas being identified at very high level through high-level scientists around the globe. And then the Mission Blue film came out, and people got to know more about Mission Blue, and people started reaching out, and they were saying, hey, we need your help. Can you help us? We're doing all this great work, but our elected officials aren't listening. We have this amazing community behind this great work, but we need your help. Is there anything you can do to help? So in 2016, we opened up nominations to the public, and we were overwhelmed with the global desire to have help, and we have been happy to expand hope spots over the years. And today, even though earlier it was 140, that film is a little bit old, we actually have officially 154 hope spots globally as of today. So we are continuing on, and there's so many amazing speakers that we've heard from today, so many partners of Mission Blues here, and for everybody joining on the live stream at home, wherever you are, you can make a difference. As Sylvia says, one person can't do everything, but everyone can do something. And I think hopefully you're going to get an infusion of hope tonight from some of our amazing champions talking about their work that they're doing in hope spots, and maybe how you can be engaged or you can be inspired to do something in your neck of the woods. So I am going to jump into presentations so you can learn more from our amazing Hope Spot champions. I'm excited to announce our first presenter. As Ellen mentioned, Judith, who is a co-champion for the New York, New Jersey Harbor Estuary. She's actually at Capitol Hill Oceans Week, so she couldn't be here tonight. But amazingly enough, we have Robert Pirani, champion for the New York, New Jersey Harbor Estuary Hope Spot. Robert is the program director for the New York, New Jersey Harbor and Estuary Program at the Hudson River Foundation. HEP is a collaboration of government, scientists, and civic sector that helps protect, restore, and provide access to the Hudson River Estuary. It is one of 28 programs around the country authorized under the Clean Water Act. Prior to joining the foundation in 2014, Mr. Pirani was Vice President for Energy and Environment at Regional Plan Association and Executive Director at the Governor's Island Alliance. Mr. Pirani has received awards from the Environmental Advocates of New York, National Trust for Historic Preservation, and the New York Harbor School Foundation. Please welcome Robert.
Well, thank you, Shannon, for that introduction. And it's such an honor to be here and to be here with Sylvia Earle, one of the great heroes of oceanography and marine conservation, and the rest of you here and all the fantastic work that you do. I am going to talk very quickly, being here in New York and being a New Yorker, and give you a quick tour of the Harbor Estuary and what it is. And I'm sure it's going to be maybe, for the New Yorkers among us, the least exotic place you're going to hear about tonight. But hopefully it's going to be an inspiration for you all to discover nature right here on the shores of Manhattan and the rest of New York and New Jersey. Let me launch right in. So you are here at the Explorers Club, right in the heart of a 16,000 square mile watershed that drains the Hudson, the Raritan, the Passaic, the Hackensack, and other rivers down towards the ocean. And like other estuaries around the world, that tidal flow, in our case, it's every day 60 billion gallons of water passing through the Sandy Hook Narrows, and about 80 billion gallons coming out. That drives just the incredible rich and productive ecosystem here in the estuary. Again, something that happens on tidal estuaries all around the planet. But for us, what's really striking, of course, is that it's New York, right? It's 14 million people that live right there with that incredible ecosystem. It's the largest public space in the nation's biggest city. And we'd like to say the best city, and I'm sure you'll all agree. And for us, it's just that incredible juxtaposition between nature and people, and nature with people, that makes this estuary so important, and why we're so grateful to be designated as a hope spot. The reason that I think Judith, Dr. Weiss, and unfortunately she couldn't be here today, but the reason she wanted to tell the story to the world about our work here is really the success we've had thanks to the Clean Water Act and billions of dollars of investment at the federal, state, from the ratepayers to improve water quality. Over the last generation, we've seen an ecosystem that had hypoxia happening routinely to a place where it's very unusual. That benefits of water quality, and again, the hard work of as the Harbor and Estuary Program and the Hudson River Foundation, we work in collaboration with a number of agency and civic and scientific partners. So I'm here, and Judith, if Judith was here too, she would tell you it's not us that are doing this work, it's all of us together. And the Harbor Estuary really serves as that convening, that collaboration to try to get people on the same page in terms of goals for restoration and water quality and public access. But through that work of all those partners, it's been a success. And the result is that the life here in the estuary is both coming back and is much more appreciated by the people who live here, because the waterways are so much more accessible, whether it's glass eels, which David's going to come up in a minute and tell you where this eel came from in the Sargasso Sea. I understand that's going to be the big reveal tonight, is he's got pictures of eels spawning. Sorry. I thought that was in the program. But from glass eels to our local resident oysters, this one was named Big by the marine biologists in the River Project and Hudson River Park, to the incredible flourishing of forage fish like menhaden and herring, and of course the humpback whales and other creatures that feed on those right here in New York Harbor. We have migratory birds that come in innumerable flocks here in Jamaica Bay and provide a spectacular vista. And of course, what we have a lot of is people. And again, it's that opportunity to bring people back to the water, to that public space, for them to claim that resource that's theirs, is what's so important to us. Whether it's going out and recreating, or just having an opportunity to be close to nature and examine that wonder that we all feel when we see life on the planet. Now, of course, that's what inspired us, and we do have our challenges. I know we were talking earlier to one of my fellow speakers about some of the water quality challenges. So this is a combined sewer overflow in Perth Amboy, New Jersey. Unfortunately, when it rains, the waters from the street, from the sidewalks, combine with sewage, and because the sewage treatment plants can't handle it, that gets dumped directly into our waterways. So that's a challenge that we still have to address both in New Jersey and in New York. Of course, we have emerging threats like microplastics that are just now beginning to be able to be monitored and understood in terms of their impact on life. And of course, climate change. That sort of global crisis that really is top of mind, both in terms of what it's going to be in the future, but what it is today. Both in terms of the resiliency of our natural systems as well as our communities. But I also have hope. And the reason I have hope is that we've been able to solve these problems before, whether it's in Shinnecock Bay or here in New York and New Jersey. And it really results from people coming together around a common goals and common vision. And so here in New York, we have the Hudson-Raritan Estuary Comprehensive Restoration Plan that has been signed on through the Harbor and Estuary Program by the 2 states, EPA, the Army Corps of Engineers, the Port Authority, and numerous civic organizations. And that brings together all the folks who are working on habitat enhancement around the 12 target ecosystem characteristics that we've identified as being our kind of common goals. And that includes rebuilding the oyster reefs that once ringed Manhattan and New York Harbor and taking that to scale. We were talking before about the Billion Oyster Project and the fantastic work that they do, along with other civic partners, in engaging our young people, whether it's through the Harbor School on Governor's Island or in other classrooms around the city and around New Jersey, in the restoration, and how valuable the oyster and that idea of oyster restoration has been to get people excited about restoration. And then, go from that to thinking about the oyster reef and the way that oysters filter water and the way that those reefs support other populations. What our challenge now is really taking that to scale, to be thinking about rebuilding reefs not as pilots, not as demonstration projects, not as restoration stations, but as large pieces of civic infrastructure that will change the ecology here in the harbor. As we're seeing it happen now, this is up near the Tappan Zee Bridge on the Hudson River, about 30 miles north of here. Or Marsh Islands here in Jamaica Bay, where the Army Corps of Engineers and the Port Authority have worked together to beneficially reuse dredged material from our navigation channels to rebuild the marsh islands that existed in Jamaica Bay, and creating thousands of acres of habitat in a integrated ecosystem, and importantly, understanding that those islands of wetlands, can also help mitigate wave heights and reduce the threat of storm surges and tidal flooding. And rebuilding our coastal infrastructure too, here at Hunters Point in Queens, where we're learning new techniques for rebuilding our shorelines in a way that prevents erosion, obviously, holds the landfill in place, which is what bulkheads do, but also provides natural and nature-based resiliency features that will absorb floodwaters and provide some ecological enhancement. And of course, and again, most importantly to me, is that these kind of efforts are a way of engaging people, and especially young people like the Blue Explorers, in the work of restoring the ecosystem, of enhancing habitat, and about improving the community around us. Not just the ecological community, but people as well. And hopefully, providing a place for people to explore on their own this great public resource that we have right here in New York and New Jersey. So I would invite all of you to come join us. Every year we bring together organizations around the region at City of Water Day. This year we're supporting over 50 events around the region, everywhere from Paterson, New Jersey, to the Harlem River in the Bronx, to Governor's Island and Red Hook in Brooklyn, out to Jamaica Bay. And it's these civic organizations open their doors. They welcome in people to learn about the work that they're doing in their communities to restore nature where they live, and bring people out on kayaks and paddle boards. And we have outrigger canoes, all kinds of vessels. So it's a great celebration. And again, welcome you all to join. You can learn more about the events and figure out how to get there at cityofwaterday.org. And that is it for me.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Rob. And Sylvia sometimes mentions to say thank you, phytoplankton, when we breathe, because a healthy ocean, all the plant life in the ocean, is what's responsible for every second breath we take. And after hearing Ellen's presentation and Rob's presentation, I would like to say a big thank you to the clams and the oysters who filter our water and give us amazing clean water. So I hope we're all going away tonight with an increased sense of pride for oysters and clams, more so than just eating them. All right, moving along. Our next presenter, who I think we'll hear the the story about the eel and where it originates, maybe, is HopeSpot champion of the Sargasso Sea, Dr. David Freestone. David is Executive Secretary of the Sargasso Sea Commission, established in 2014 pursuant to the Hamilton Declaration on Collaboration for the Conservation of the Sargasso Sea, which now has 10 signatory governments. A former Deputy General Counsel and Senior Advisor at the World Bank, he is now visiting scholar at George Washington University Law School in Washington, D.C. He has written widely on the law of the sea and international environmental law, and is co-founder and editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Marine and Coastal Law. David's going to educate and inspire us on why it's important to protect the high seas, and talk briefly about the High Seas Treaty, which, after 2 decades of ongoing discussion, the United Nations delegates from 193 nations reached a historic agreement on March 4th of this year. Yes? To protect marine biodiversity and address climate change in international waters, also known as the high seas. Please welcome David.
Thanks very much, Shannon. And my thanks very much to the Explorers Club and to Mission Blue, to Sylvia and Shannon for the invitation to be here. And Ted actually remembers I've spoken here before with great pleasure, and always, it's always a great pleasure to be here. It's one of the great venues, I think, to speak. So Shannon called me and said, I'd like you to speak about the impact of the, tell us what you've been doing, a little update, and then the impact of the new High Seas Treaty. So I said, so you're going to give me like an hour and a half? And I heard that my friend Francois Bellet from the UN got 3 hours. Well, I've got 8 minutes, and I've reused one already. So I've got a lot to get through. So bear with me, and I'm happy to answer questions afterwards, of course. So first of all, the not brown algae, the golden floating rainforest of the Atlantic. And that's Sylvia's phrase. This is Sylvia's photo. This is the bit brown in that picture. I think that's the Photoshop. But that's, it's an amazing place. And I think it was it Charles Forster who said about hotels, location, 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 right? It's where it is. When it's in the Sargasso Sea, it's fine. When it's on the beaches of the Dominican Republic, no. But that's our fault, and I'd be happy to talk about that as a separate issue. But as a natural habitat, it's an amazing place. I like to think, in fact, Sylvia acknowledged when she was talking about this, that it's the expedition to the Sargasso Sea in 2009 that gave her the idea for the Hope Spots, which she did elaborate in the TED Talk. So we were like an early mover with this, but we relaunched a couple of years ago with the champions, with the commission, now the Sargasso Sea Commissioners champions. So we've been in the system for a long time. So it's a unique open ocean ecosystem based on the floating sargassum. It's holopelagic, never touches the ground. It's not like kelp, it doesn't touch the ground, so it reproduces by fragmentation. And it's very important for the life species of many, history of many species, including eels. Right? I've got time to tell that story, but I'll refer to it. Turtles, it's the lost years. The turtles, the Atlantic turtles, spend their lost years, those little years between they were being on the beach and the big guys, amongst the sargassum, where they eat it. It has like a nurturing environment. The temperature's warmer, etc., protective, and also for tunas, for billfishes, sharks, and cetaceans. So a lot of systems, a lot of species as well. First of all, where is it? Right? It's not off the beaches of the Dominican Republic. It's actually here, around the islands of Bermuda. And Bermuda is actually, the government of Bermuda is one of our real champions in this project. So it's in what's called should we go that way? It's anticyclonic. This is the Gulf Stream. This is the gyre, the North Atlantic subtropical gyre. And these currents, the Gulf Stream and the Azores current and then the Antilles current, hold this system in place. So there's plastic there as well, but it holds sargassum in place. And it's the only place in the world where the anguillid eels, Atlantic anguillid eels, the European eel, Anguilla anguilla, and Anguilla rostrata, the American eels, spawn in this area about 300 miles south of Bermuda. It's never been witnessed. It's one of the great mysteries of the ocean. I think it was Schmidt 100 years ago actually put forward the idea that they actually spawned, that eels spawned in this area of the Sargasso Sea. We don't know why. We've never witnessed it, but last year, and a number of my colleagues were actually involved in the project, eels were released from the Azores, tagged eels were released from the Azores, and they found their way to this place south of Bermuda, where they're on the convergence zone. So we know it's right, but we still don't know so very little about it. The only reason we've ever really been able to work that out is by retrofitting, if you like, the size of the eggs that are found at various points in. And the eels, they're the reverse of salmon. Salmon breed in fresh water and find their way to the open ocean. Anadromous, eels are catadromous, and they find their way the opposite way. So they swim, the European eels swim 3,000 miles to this place where they spawn and die, and the little guys find their way back. So it's an amazing story, and the American eels, similarly to the big islands of the Caribbean and to the west coast. So it's an amazing story. It's only part of it. They're not, pictures of eels are not very iconic. I think I may have one later on. But the others are also, so turtles, cetaceans as well. And there's been a big surge in sushi trade. There's a huge aquaculture industry in China, which is using glass eels imported from all over the world, a lot of it illegally, in order to fatten them up and re-export them into the sushi trades. So that's driving the price of. There's one point in Maine where the price of a kilo of eels was worth more than cocaine. It's like $5,000 a pound. They're not in the market for cocaine or eels, but that's what I'm told. So amazing system. And of course, you talked about, it was in the Sargasso Sea that Prochlorococcus, I've been practicing that, was actually discovered, right? That's the oxygen giving. So here we are, same picture, same issue then. Unique open ocean system, eels, turtles, tunas, particularly big eyes as well as marlin, which are endangered, and the porbeagles. We think the porbeagles, which are also endangered, actually eat the eels when they pop in the Sargasso Sea. They come from the St. Lawrence River down into the Sargasso Sea, spawn. No, they don't spawn. They pop. They give live birth, and then we think they do it because they actually find all these eels they can eat. But that's not proven as well. So two endangered species competing here. 70 years of continuous ocean quality monitoring because of the presence of the Bermuda Ocean Institute, International Ocean Institute in BIOS in Bermuda, which is spun off from Woods Hole. And a classic example of high seas area without regional management organizations. And this is really what spawned this project. This is an iconic high seas system. It's very difficult to convince people in the street that high seas are interesting. It's just water, right? Whereas you can actually see the sargassum. It actually has a presence, and so the pictures and the species, which some endemic species as well, are actually quite charismatic. So it's a great, Sylvia's idea, the floating rainforest. It's an ideal opportunity, if you like, to picture the idea of important high seas areas. Some of the sargassum, voracious predator, whose fins are adapted to walk through the sargassum, only 5 centimeters long, luckily. So these are the guys, these are the endemics. And there are lots of iconics we saw. So we haven't been able to find the bluefins actually go through the site. It would be wonderful if they spawned in the Sargasso Sea. We'd be able to close the place off completely. But no, they swim through it at the time of other spawning elsewhere. And of course, eels as well. So how do we move forward with this? So our Sargasso Sea Alliance was formed in 2010. In 2014, we had a major meeting in Bermuda. Guess who was there? And 5 governments at that point signed the Hamilton Declaration, which we'd heard from Shannon. And Sylvia Earle was our champion then and remains major champion for us. Those are the parties. We actually had about 10 government representatives there. They were considering their position, and and it includes the UK, the US, Canada, Bermuda, of course, the Azores, British Virgin Islands, Dominican Republic, Bahamas. So we've got 10 existing, as I said, 10 governments there. They all are. So some of them signed later on. And we've got a number of other, the EU is still interested, Netherlands, Sweden, etc., have been supporting us. And we actually have now 35 collaborating organizations, both scientific organizations like Woods Hole, but also, the universities around the world. Very light governance structure. The signatories meet now. They used to meet every year, but during COVID, they said they started to meet every 2 months, which is quite good. So now becoming really involved. Sargasso Sea Commission is unusual because these are not appointed by the signatories. They are actually appointed on the nomination of the signatories by the government of Bermuda, and they meet. They serve in their personal capacity, international scientists and persons who are committed to ocean conservation. And we have a very small secretariat. I like to say lean and mean, and I'm not the lean one. So those are our current current commissioners from Bermuda, from the UK, from Bahamas, from Canada as well, US, and from the Azores. And then, the treaty. So, I don't know how many minutes I've used. It's on borrowed time. So, this is President Lena Rhee at the Namaste when she finally, after this has been talking about this treaty the idea of the treaty for 2 decades, and they've actually been negotiating since 2017, interrupted. So this is a major achievement. What does it do? It's a bit of a red herring. I can talk about it later, but I mean, it also has a benefit sharing arrangements for marine genetic resources from the high seas. So developing countries could benefit from it. But more importantly, for our purposes, it recognizes what it calls rather kind of convoluted area-based management tools, and these include MPAs. So for the first time, the Conference of the Parties of this treaty, when it comes into force, will be able to declare and recognize areas of the high seas as marine protected areas. And that's been the trouble that we've been having as the Sargasso Sea Commission, as a Sargasso Sea project generally, because there is no international mechanism to do this currently. So we've had to be working with the Fisheries Organization, we've worked with the Seabed Authority, we've worked with the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, and the Conventional Migratory Species. We've had some successes. We actually have all the seamounts in the Sargasso Sea, which are under the jurisdiction of NAFO, have been declared off limits. They've had a demersal trawling ban on those, fishing ban. But it's been a long process, even after 10 years. So this is a major breakthrough for us. It also has important requirements for environmental impact assessment and maybe strategic impact environmental assessment as well. And that's kind of what we're doing at the moment. And then capacity building. So last real slide here. We've got 10 governments. We've just got a grant from the Global Environment Facility, $3 million, with support also from the French, another $1 million from the French. And we're doing a socio-ecosystem diagnostic analysis, a bit of a mouthful, but it's basically a strategic environmental assessment. What's the state of it? Where are we going? What are the pressures? What do we need to do for the future in order to put a sustainable program in place for its conservation, but also sustainable management? And then at the end of that, we'll have a collaborative strategic action program, which we hope and expect the Global Environment Facility will support. So we're still hoping, we've been hoping for 12 years, we've been doing pretty well, I think. We're hoping, and back one, should we need to go back? Can we go back one, please? Thanks. Hoping and planning to pilot this new MPA protection opportunity. It's not a low-hanging fruit. This is difficult. You have to make the case. You have to make a case very coherently. You have to have champions and partners to take you with you. But we hope that once that treaty comes into force, this will be an opportunity for us to be at least among the first to do that. So thank you very much for your attention. What I love about the cetaceans as well here, so we have humpbacks. They like the feeling of the sargassum on their bodies, so they swim in amongst it. So there's a lovely picture from our big ally and collaborator in Bermuda. Unfortunately, because they like that, they also means they do the same with discarded nets, so it causes some problems. But this is a lovely picture of sargassum, the good side of sargassum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David, and thank you for all your hard work for the high seas trading. We need people like you, lawyers that are behind the scenes pushing for policy and protection. So thank you so much. So we've gone from clams and oysters and restoration projects and why they work, to high seas, to treaties, to sargassum, one of Sylvia's favorite. And I agree with the whale. If I was a whale and I was trying to get rid of some whale lice or something else, swimming through that would be good because I have swam through it and it is scratchy. So there's that. And before we introduce our final speakers of this portion of the session tonight, we have an exciting announcement to make, and we have a short video that we want to share with all of you. Please play the video.
I'm so pleased to welcome Northeast Iceland as a hope spot. With champions Belen Garcia Ovide and Charlene Basran with Ocean Missions. Eva Bjork, director of Husavik Whale Museum. In this area, just beneath the surface, a vibrant world of geothermal vents, upwelling currents, nutrient-rich waters, and a place where biodiversity proliferates in a dynamic environment. This region hosts deep water ecosystems, as well as sandy, shallow areas and rocky places where kelp forests thrive. It provides habitat for resident species and migratory pathways for others. There are 20 cetacean species, 7 pinniped species, nearly 40 nesting bird species, including 16 that are seabirds, 126 known kinds of fish, and at least 47 species of invertebrates are found here. The entire area is an important whale feeding area for humpback whales, minke whales, and even the endangered North Atlantic blue whale. Skafandi Bay and the town of Husavik are known as the whale capital of Iceland, where hundreds of whales, dolphins, and porpoises feed each year, and thousands of people come to visit them, as well as being one of the strongest Atlantic puffin colonies in Iceland that thrives on Lundy Island. Among the special features of this hope spot are the longest fjord in Iceland, underwater hydrothermal vents creating a unique and isolated ecosystem, and a place that is home for the largest Arctic tern breeding colony in all of Europe. This hope spot is a significant step toward the goal for Iceland to protect at least 30% of the ocean by 2030. I'm so pleased to welcome Northeast Iceland as a hope spot.
I mean, just play it again because it was incredible, right? Could I get a light on up here so I can read my notes? Thank you so much. All right, congratulations to Belen Garcia Ovide and Dr. Charla Jean Basran for the designation of the first hope spot in Iceland. Belen is a marine biologist, wildlife guide, and experienced sailor based in Iceland who works in ocean conservation and sustainability in the Arctic regions. Belen received her MRM in coastal and marine management from the University of Westfjords, Iceland, where she studied marine acoustics, in particular whale watching, boat noise, and effects on humpback whales. In 2017, she started working as a wildlife guide during whale watching tours and sailing expeditions in the Arctic for North Sailing, and more recently as an environmental advisor. In 2019, she founded Ocean Missions, nonprofit organization in Husavik, Iceland, where through a combination of research, citizen science, education, and traditional sailing, her mission is to inspire the world to take direct actions to protect the oceans. Belen is also a Safina Center Fellow and has been promoted as a potential PhD student for the eWell project. Joining Belen is Dr. Charla Jimbasran, scientific advisor at Ocean Missions in Iceland, is a marine biologist, whale researcher with a master's in marine and coastal management, and PhD in biology focused on whale entanglement and fishing gear. She has been passionate about the ocean from a young age and worked on marine research from sea stars to whales for over 10 years. Her main area of interest is contributing research that helps to find a harmonic balance between human uses of the ocean and preservation of ocean ecosystems, as well as participating in citizen science projects that contribute to spreading awareness about ocean-related issues and encouraging people to make a positive change. Please welcome our newest Hope Spot champions, Belen and Charla.
Thank you, Shannon. Well, first of all, thank you very much to Mission Blue team and for the Explorers Club for the opportunity to be here today. It's quite emotional, and we come all the way from Iceland for the launching of officially of the first Hope Spot in Iceland. So thank you very much. So let's start the presentation. Since we had an amazing introduction from yourself, from Shannon, I'm going to skip this slide. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about our organization that is called Ocean Missions. It's a non-profit organization that is based in Húsavík in the northeast of Iceland. And our mission is to inspire people to take direct actions to protect our oceans. We began our efforts in 2019 because of the deep need of ocean conservation and sustainable development in these fragile Arctic and subarctic regions. So we do this through a combination of sailing, education, and sailing traditions. And we use Schooner Opal here in the picture, which is a wonderful wooden ship, also hybrid electric, by the way, to execute citizen science expedition in Iceland with the aim of training people from all over the world to become ocean ambassadors. We, during our citizen science expeditions, we study whales, seabirds, noise pollution, and plastic pollution. We also work very closely with the local communities in Iceland on ocean literacy and education in order to spark the interest of the locals for ocean protection. Of course, we are very inspired by Sylvia Earle and her team, and because we believe that our values and our hope for the future of our oceans aligns very well with the way that Mission Blue connects people and organizations from all over the world on the name of ocean conservation. And through an inspiring connection with one of the Blue Mission members, which is Liz Cunningham, author and a very inspiring person, we were encouraged to declare the first Hope Spot in Iceland. So in Iceland, less than 1% of the oceans are fully protected. And in fact, there is a lack of ocean law and regulations that are tackling the problems. So it is of crucial importance to have these initiatives and to create protected marine spaces. So this is our Hope Spot area in the northeast of Iceland. It's a very incredible place where ocean ecosystems thrive. We have a mix of currents, warm currents coming from the Gulf Stream that mixes with cold Arctic currents. It is a place that is located at the edge of the Arctic, and the fact that it lies between the Arctic Ocean and the North Atlantic Ocean, it's a very important fact that it becomes a beacon of hope of protection of these both oceans. As you can see, the area has also 4 islands, and they are all connected by a very interesting ocean dynamics. And we can divide the hotspot in 3 main areas. So you can see Esquialbandi Bay here. This is by Húsavík town. As was said in the video, it's also considered to be the capital of the whale watching in Iceland. Here we have Eyjafjörður, which is the longest fjord in Iceland. And then on the top in the north, we have Grímsey Island, which is the most northern tip of Iceland, where the country crosses the Arctic Circle. Charlotte?
So we just wanted to highlight again a little bit of some of the amazing things in our Hope Spot. One of the major draws for people coming there is the whales. There's been 20 different species recorded, not just whales, but also dolphins and porpoises, of course. You're seeing 4 of the main ones on the screen. The white-beaked dolphins, which actually live there all year round, and then there's several migratory species coming to feed, such as the humpback whales, the minke whales, and even the endangered blue whale. It's one of the most common places and reliable places right now to see the Atlantic blue whale every year, which is exciting. Also, a major draw to the area is the big bird colonies, some of the strongest and largest in Europe. Before the video mentioned the Atlantic puffins in Iceland in general. They have the largest population of puffins, and 2 of the strongest colonies fall within the Hope Spot area on Lunde Island and Grímsey Island. Also, as mentioned, the largest Arctic tern colony, as well as amazing other seabird cliffs such as razorbills and kittiwakes. There's many other things we could tell you in this short time that are wonderful in this Hope Spot. It is an upwelling area, confluence of currents, as we talked about, and also major rivers running into the area, and all of this is providing the base of the food chain. So phytoplankton, zooplankton, the fish, and then that's, of course, what is supporting the whales and birds that are drawing so much attention to our area now. Also, the Greenland shark is definitely worth mentioning. It's mysterious, very interesting. It's believed to be the longest living vertebrate in the world. The new estimate is possibly 500 years, which is unbelievable. Also, seal colonies. There's been 7 different pinniped species recorded, and there are local colonies of harbor and gray seals. And worth mentioning again is definitely the very unique hydrothermal vent ecosystem in Eyjafjörður, which is in relatively shallow waters, and you can actually take a ecotourism diving trip and actually visit this ecosystem, which is actually protected already, which is wonderful. Of course, we have a lot of hope for our Hope Spot. We have current action going on and a lot of hope for the future. As you can imagine, given all the things we just mentioned, it's a major place for research. Whale research through the University of Iceland, bird research through the Northeast Iceland Nature Center, and also climate change and climate justice research through the Stephenson Arctic Institute. Ourselves at Ocean Missions and also our partners such as the Húsavík Whale Museum, we run education and outreach programs, especially for children in the schools, to try to inspire the next generation of ocean protectors. Also, we are undergoing now microplastic and macroplastic research within the Hope Spot area at Ocean Missions. Since 2019, we've actually started microplastic trawling. We do this on week-long expeditions using schooner Opal, which you saw already. And actually this year we are going to have a special Hope Spot expedition within the area where we are going to run a citizen science trip specifically in the Hope Spot area to teach people about this wonderful place and about the threats that it's facing and hopefully push conservation forwards there. And we're also doing macroplastic research since 2020. We are part of the Icelandic Cleanup Network, which is sponsored by the Icelandic government to clean up the beaches. We've cleaned up over 15 tons of debris off the beaches, a lot of very heavy fishing gear in that area. And we are using the OSPAR survey protocols. So we are actually collecting standardized data on all of our beach cleanups as well, so we know what debris is showing up there and when. our major hope and goal for the future of this area is to now start pushing forwards legal marine protection, which is kind of just gaining some momentum and so far has been kind of lacking in Iceland. So some of the things that are going on ourselves and also many colleagues, we formed a group that's dubbed SVIVS. It has an Icelandic name that's difficult, but it is a regional organization that is now organizing marine protection from the bottom up. And one of the first things we want to get going with that is to start stakeholder involvement. We are planning a wide-ranging survey throughout the communities so that we can start collecting everybody's vision for the future of the marine protection and sustainable use of this area, because there is a lot of things going on there, tourism, fishing, etc. And expanding our actions and our outreach. We are based in Husavik, and now the Hope Spot, I think, is definitely going to shine light and help us expand this into Eyjafjörður and Grimsey more. And for this fall, we have kind of a call to action planned. We have a 2-day event where we are having stakeholder meetings and also inviting governmental, both local and national members, as also international experts who know a lot about marine protection and how to create marine protected areas. And so we are going to host that this fall to start getting the groundwork laid, thanks, I think, a lot to the recognition of the Hope Spot, to make this a legal marine protected area. So that's everything. Thank you so much from Belen and I, and also thank you very much to all of our partners and everybody who's been supporting us along the way. It's been an honor to be here and launch this Hope Spot.
Wow. I really don't know what to say. I mean, this is not only is the individual work of the three groups you just heard from now obviously incredible and important, but for me at least, one of my big takeaways of really how Oceans Weeks have been evolving over these last few years, and especially here with Mission Blue and all the work you all are doing. Shannon, thank you for you and all your teams that are doing this work. It really does provide the intended outcome, which is hope. It is so easy in this modern era for us to become discouraged with all the bad news that we hear. And when you hear the amazing work all these teams are doing in these Hope Spots around the globe, it can take those of us who are the most jaded from hearing the bad news and go, you know what, there really is hope. And these are the people that are making it happen. So anyway, I am very pleased and proud that we here at the club have had the chance to host you all here today. So thank you. So the next phase we have up here for tonight is a special treat. We're honored to have two real heroes of the ocean here with us tonight for a fireside chat that I believe they're going to be setting up here beside me. First of all is Tishuan Bernakot, who is joining us from Fiji. A number of you already heard him in private and larger groups throughout yesterday and today. He's the founder of Coral Gardeners, an amazing individual. I've peeked in on a few of the things he's had to say already. And for that, he was recognized as an EC50 recipient in our class of 2022. Our Explorers Club 50 program, by the way, for those of you who don't know it, just starting 3 years ago, my immediate predecessor, Richard Weiss, and part of our DEI group got together and came up with this great program, which is to pick 50 unsung heroes of exploration and conservation around the world to bring together, to publish their work, talk about their work, to build a cohort out of them, and to celebrate them here at the club, to celebrate them with our sponsors. And it has been probably the most successful program, at least it's clearly the most successful program in my time here at the Explorers Club, and Tishuan is a great example of that. And of course, it's also fantastic that Rolex is also our biggest and key and initial sponsor of the EC50 program, which has enabled us to bring Tishuan here to be with you tonight. But tonight, as an extra special treat, he'll be joining conversation by none other than Her Deepness, EC medalist and honorary director of the Explorers Club, founder of Mission Blue, Dr. Sylvia Earle. Please welcome both of them to the stage.
You're on the spot.
You too, Ocean Sister.
He's my bro.
I am.
Yeah. You first.
Oh la la, okay. Yaurana, hello, bonjour everyone. It's a pleasure to be here tonight in New York with my ocean sister, Dr. Sylvia Earle. And yeah, super happy to be joining this conversation to talk about the things we love here.
The blue things, the ocean.
The blue
and mostly
things.
the life in the blue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What do you like about this life in the blue?
Keeps us alive. That's a good start. You know.
I agree.
I really am impressed with the way you have stirred things up. And you're starting a little island home, not so many years ago, and inspired by the ocean. And I, too, was inspired as a little kid by the ocean herself. But now the ocean gives us so much, it's time for us to give back. And what you are inspiring with your friends, your allies, your family, and now the world, the big family. So.
For sure, it was a pleasure to welcome you last year in Moorea, the sister island of Tahiti, where we are based. I took Sylvia with my crew to plant some corals in my garden, in my coral garden in front of the house, and we spent the day together. And it was so cool for my team to hear about all of those stories, because you have been diving in coral reef all around the planet, right?
Here and there, yeah. More to come. I think as a witness to the greatest time of understanding why the ocean matters to everyone, everywhere, all the time, and to track the technology that has enabled us to look from high in the sky as well as now deep in the sea, and to communicate what we observe and what we learn at a scale, at a level, at a speed that is unprecedented and absolutely necessary if we are to go from this trajectory of planetary decline to recovery. We talk about tipping points. Well, okay, let's tip in the right direction. And that's what you are helping to achieve. Got to give back and restore what things that we thought were a good idea at the time throughout all of our history. It's a good idea to cut the trees, turn forests into something useful, like building materials or like something you burn. I mean, we just did not know. There's no excuse anymore for continuing to consume natural systems as blindly as we have in the past. Of course, look, it's fostered our prosperity. Here we are, 21st century, and there are not 11 yet, 8 billion of us. And going back, not so long ago, the 1500s, there were only 500 million humans. And by 1800, we reached 1 billion. I came along, there were about 2 billion. By 1980, that had doubled. And now we've doubled it again. And we're on track. Great success. Look at all the people all over the planet. But look at the cost to our prosperity. Imagine if we did not know the consequences. I think we're the luckiest. You're one of the luckiest humans ever to come along. You are, because of what is known that could not be known not very long ago.
Yeah, I remember you telling me this last year. That is maybe the most exciting time to be alive on this blue planet, because we can have access to so much information. me, I didn't study. I didn't really go to university, but if we read the books, we watch all the YouTube videos and inspiring talk of people around the world, we can learn so much today. It's available, it's online, and also it's so much easy to spread those important messages. And where I grew up, in the remote part of French Polynesia, in the Tuamotu archipelago, famous for diving with whakarava.
Sharks.
Oh,
yeah.
It's unique also to live there because it's so remote, you know. We didn't have a supermarket, didn't have doctor, school. It was one boat coming every month to give us the rice, the pastas.
You're so lucky.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a cool place. We'll talk about our plans after, but yeah, it's a really lucky place to grow up. You're surrounded by corals. The dogs, your pets are the sharks, and you just live really close to nature and to the ocean. And I can't remember a lot this part when my parents, they were pearl farmers, because it was from 0 to 3 years old. But I know it had a huge effect on me. Yeah.
I was 3 years old when the ocean had a big effect on me because I got knocked over by a wave on the Jersey shore. And, you know, I couldn't breathe for a moment or two, and it was a little scary. But then I realized it's kind of fun. The urge to submerge overwhelmed me, and it still does.
Do you surf?
It's out there. It's on my bucket list.
Let's go surfing. So, what do you like so much about scuba diving? Me, I do a lot of free diving. I love scuba, but I'm curious.
I love the freedom of just holding your breath and not being encumbered by gear. But the gift of time to be able to stay long enough to enjoy the savor the experience of fish watching you. You go into the ocean thinking, oh, I'm going to go watch the creatures there. And then you turn around and they're all looking at you. And of course, one of the disadvantages of scuba is that it's kind of noisy and all that. The bubbles probably scare a lot of things off. Using rebreathers is a step in the right direction. But I really look forward to about this time next year when, if everything lines up, we'll be bringing a couple of little submarines to your backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember our happy hour on the boat in the Cook's Bay of Moorea last year. You promised me you were going to bring me to the depth, yeah?
We have to. You know, most of life on Earth lives in the dark. It's not just, you know, I think about places like Washington, D.C. and other living in the dark. But it's the deep sea. It's below where sunlight shines that it's the biggest ecosystem, continuous, wraps the world. We talk about the blue, but it's really dark. The deeper we go, the less we know, but the more new discoveries we find. And just a week ago, this announcement came out about how in the area that's being targeted for deep sea mining in the Clarion-Clipperton Zone, south of Hawaii, far west of California, anyway, an area nearly the size of the United States is in the crosshairs of deep sea mining. And 5,000 species, they're new, and most of them don't even have names, are accounted for at present in the Clarion-Clipperton Zone. And yet the mining industry says there's nothing down there, nothing but a few sea cucumbers. So let's go get the manganese nodules and turn them into something useful. That's the habit of humans. If it can't be turned into something useful, it is either useless or doesn't matter. It's been the trash fish. What's a trash fish? Anyway, sharks used to be regarded as underutilized species. We couldn't figure out what to do with the shark. Now, shark fins, shark oil, even people are turning sharks into fish and chips. And we're doing a really good job of it. From where they were when I was a kid to where they are today, 90% gone. We're really good at taking nature and destroying it. It's really time, and that's what this ocean conference, I think, is focusing on, is how do we take care of what remains? How do we protect the last wild places? And your backyard is really cause for hope. I mean, there's sharks have been depleted to some extent. It's one of the best places in the world to go to see sharks and have sharks see you. And we heard today about Cuba. It's one of the sharkiest places on the planet, even now, because for the most part, they are protected just because the whole south coast of Cuba has had years of protection. But most of the world does not, sharks, most places don't have protection at all.
Yeah, I think French Polynesia, it's the largest shark sanctuary in the world.
Yeah.
And when I was 16 years old, that's when I dove for the first time with the tiger sharks and started doing underwater photography.
They're probably still talking about it.
Yeah.
The sharks, I mean.
They remember me for sure. And it was life-changing because I dove with a lot of different gray reef sharks, the reira, as we call them in Tahiti, but the tiger shark, they were way bigger. And I thought I would be scared, but as soon as I got in the water, that fear turned into fascination and excitement, and I became hooked. It's so unique to have those opportunities to experience this connection with the whales, with the shark, and I think not a lot of people have the opportunity to see what is happening under the surface. We know about the trees, the deforestation, but we are not a lot talking about, not enough, about the rainforest of the seas.
Yeah. And the coral forests, too.
And the coral forests, yeah, the coral reef, they are life on the planet. Huh? They are the most biodiverse ecosystem on the planet, like the coral triangle close to Raja Ampat.
Right.
Have you been there?
Yes, I have. Central headquarters for a lot of creatures, from echinoderms to fish. The diversity is really amped up, probably in part because the age of that area has allowed for speciation to prosper and other features. I think, when I was a kid, whalers were being celebrated. And I've watched the transition from looking at whales as pounds of meat and barrels of oil to a time I served on the International Whaling Commission. Oh my goodness, did I say that? I did. In the 1980s, for 4 years. And it was like a battle. Those who really thought that the only good whale was a dead whale, because then you could use the whale in some way that was profitable. You could sell the whale, to a time when now the International Monetary Fund at a World Economic Forum meeting 2020 announced that the value of whales alive were, for the carbon in them related to climate, it's on the order of $1 trillion, big T trillion dollars, just for the carbon. That doesn't count for all the whale watching or just the intrinsic value of these fellow creatures that share space with us on this miraculous blue spot in the universe that's really not very friendly to us or whales or any other living thing, as far as we know. But we do know that we've got this magical blue planet. I would like to propose that we just have, save the sharks. Why not? We saved the whales. Now whales are protected since 1986. How long before we look at sharks with the same compassion and joy that kids have. You know, kids don't want to kill sharks. Kids are shark huggers. You're a shark hugger. I'm a shark hugger. I'm not exactly a kid, but I think that sharks have a place in the ocean that is important for the ocean. The ocean is important to us. Just follow the dots. Save the sharks, save the ocean, save ourselves.
That's what is it about right now.
And if whales are worth $1 trillion alive for their carbon, what about sharks? Anybody done the numbers? They're big carbon-based units too, like trees.
The apex predators.
Yeah.
I like to say that the corals are at the base of the food chain, of the balance of the reef ecosystem, and the reef sharks at the top. They are the apex predator, like the wolves in the
humans
forest.
Are.
Yeah, the big predators. Yeah, but
in a natural, healthy situation, you're absolutely right. It's the sharks, tunas.
Yeah.
And it's a fish eat fish world out there. You know, it is, but that's okay because the nutrients, it's the cycle that what gets consumed gets turned into the nutrients that power the phytoplankton.
It's a cycle, yeah.
Yeah. Just so I'm not.
And do you see over? And you were talking about what we used to do a lot to the whales, and I think there been some progress that was made regarding this specific topic. And do you see that hope, that change coming? Is it going fast enough for you, or like?
You?
Tell me, like, what is your wish for the next 5 years, for the next 3 years?
It's probably the same as yours. That is to turn. This is the time when, for the very first time, we have the capacity to see the whole planet, connect the dots, and understand we're in trouble. Why? Because of our actions. And because we know the cause of the problems, we also are the solution to the problems. And it is happening. We've seen evidence right here in this room today that people are picking up on this, that, or something and moving in the right direction. And you're one of those reasons for hope. Yes, isn't it?
No, but yeah. Today, for me to be doing this, this was a dream when I was a little kid, to be able to live and doing my passion. You know, to be doing something with the ocean, for the ocean. It's a childhood dream for me. And when I'm talking right now, my team is in French Polynesia. That's where we have our global headquarters. We are opening also in Fiji, in Thailand right now at the moment. But like you just said, it's the first time that we can have eye on all the ocean. Like we have those live stream cameras that you can find on our YouTube channel that are allowing me just in a couple minutes from now to watch the team working, to see the corals growing, and to see the marine life coming back. And I think we have so much tools available today to be more aware about how the ecosystem, the mechanisms they work, and also to inspire more people. Because not everyone has the chance to grow up on an island and then to dive and to see the beauty and the importance of the ocean. But today, with your stories, with imagery, videos, we can get people interested. And we have then more people who want to do something good for the blue planet. So I think we are really heading towards the good direction. I met a little kid just 20-30 minutes ago. He's here. Yeah, this guy was asking me so much interesting questions.
Aurelia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come here, buddy.
Yeah,
come introduce
here.
yourself.
All right.
What do you know about the ocean?
That we need to save it.
Yeah, why?
Because we depend on it, and that the majority of our planet is ocean, and that if we didn't have the ocean, we wouldn't be here right now.
Okay. What do you want to do later?
I want to help save it one day when I grow up, hopefully.
I think you're on the good track here. Good job, buddy. No, but I think truly that there are way more people who want to be involved. You know, I remember 6 years, almost day to day from now, I was still in my bedroom with my little brother of 14 years old, asking why we need to put numbers on invoices and stuff. Like, it was really the beginning of the project, and to see all the things we were able to do over the last 6 years, and where we can dream, where we are dreaming of going, and all the support that we can receive from our partners, from people like you, to just keep us going. This just gives me a lot of motivation, energy to focus on creating that tangible impact. Yeah.
Well, since I first took the plunge as a kid, literally we have learned more about the ocean, learned more about ourselves. You know, it's a few decades in the greater scheme of things. The accelerated pace of understanding, the big question, who are we, where do we come from, where are we going, and where do we want to go, and how can we get there? Just, you don't think about it all the time, but it's always there in the background. At the same time that we've learned more, we have lost more. And you think about the accelerated pace of consumption of nature that our technologies now make it possible to do. And it's not just the technology of taking, it's the marketing, it's the consumption, it's our numbers, it's our not just our needs, it's our desires that come from marketing. I mean, why would we want to have shark fin soup? Because it's marketed as something desirable. Why can't we just leave some creatures alone? We've been educated through marketing that it's necessary to have life from the sea on our table. But when you ask the questions, why, and then just peel back the layers, you know, you can really get cause for hope, because part of what we think we need, we don't actually need. What we need is a healthy planet. That's what we really need. We need a healthy ocean.
For sure, and I think it's so important that people, they are able to connect with nature, because if we want them to have the desire to take care of their planet, they need to feel good living on it. And I think one way to feel good to live on this planet is to go out there, to experience the
dive in,
yeah. And when people, they do that, then they start caring and being at peace with the place we are living. And that's when after they want to do something and they want to care, yeah.
Well, I often have said, no child left dry. but it applies to the child and everybody. It doesn't matter how old you are or how young. Just, you're right, get out there, experience the systems that keep you alive, and learn how to pronounce prochlorococcus. David. Yeah.
Which one is your favorite coral?
My favorite, a live one.
Yeah. Yeah, a live one.
Yeah, for sure. So.
No, I mean, like, which species of coral? Pocillopora, Acropora.
Yeah. It's the one we haven't discovered yet, and there are plenty of them. There are plenty of them. Again, the deeper you go, the less we know, but the more new discoveries we find. And I think it's out there, down there somewhere, my favorite one.
Yeah. It's so interesting, huh? The unknown of the death. Like, I know there are some mesophysical corals out there that are so different than the one living closer to the surface.
Well, if you think about sea cucumbers,
Yeah.
you know what a sea cucumber looks like. You know, it just kind of looks like sausage, lumpy. But then you go down in the deep sea.
How do they look?
They're totally, I mean, they swim, they have parachutes.
They have wings.
Some of them sort of stick on the bottom and then they get up and take off. I mean, it's just, you have to rethink everything we thought we knew about what is life on Earth. When you go down and see these creatures that many of them rely not on photosynthesis, sorry Prochlorococcus, but on chemosynthesis. We're just beginning to appreciate the magnitude of the passage of nutrients, the carbon cycle in the deep sea, in the absence of sunlight. And yes, there's this rain of stuff that comes down from the surface, including an avalanche of plastic and other stuff that we put into the ocean. But the basic, how does life survive when you're down 7 miles under the surface with that immense pressure, cold? And we call them extremophiles, but to them we are extreme because we live up here in the sunlight and it isn't very friendly to them. But it's all connected. It's all connected in ways that we're just beginning to appreciate how much we don't know.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't know about those shoes. They are not made for island boys. It's so hard to wear. Huh? And I don't know. It's crazy, New York. It's going fast. Huh? And yeah, I'm learning every day. And you know that moment where I really connected with ocean conservation and doing something about the ocean, it's when I planted my first coral. Huh. Because to be out there in the water and to work, your teammates are the fish. They come when you're working, fragmenting the corals, they come really in between your arms, around your head, and they are like your buddies. And they are not just regular fish, they are like rainbow fish, so beautiful. And you fragment your tiny piece of coral like this, you plant it, and after a couple months, if you come back, maybe it's way bigger, and if you look carefully, you have some orange crabs in it and the damsel fish.
Yeah.
And I like to say, yeah, they decide to choose your baby coral as their new home. Yeah. And this effect he had on me, this is what made me start Coral Gardeners. And they decided to drop out of school to...
You went to the other school.
Yeah.
School of Fish.
The School of Fish, yeah. And now, on the nursery, I brought you last year in Moorea. There's, I don't know, like Gina, you came, the damsel fish, the blue one. They multiply maybe by 100. Maybe you had 100 of them, and now you have, I don't know, more than 50,000 of them in the same area of this room. And they just multiply, and then you have all the little white blue spot of the damsel fish when you arrive at the coral nursery. And it's so cool to see the life, the biodiversity coming back when you work closely with nature. Yeah.
Giving back. Yeah, helping out. I mean, nature's in charge, for sure.
Yeah, we're just here to push.
But working with nature, go with your hand out instead of taking all the time.
Yeah. I heard you like gardening also. You have a lot of chickens in your house, but you have a lot of plants, right?
Yeah.
What do you like about gardening?
Oh, just about gardening?
Yeah.
Oh, it's as you suggest, you can be a witness to life growing. It's just knowing where food comes from, knowing what happens. You can be a scientist, observing carefully, reporting honestly what you see, which is what a PhD does. It's very simple. Everybody can do what a scientist does. Everybody should, is just observe nature and report honestly what you see. Of course, it gets a little more complicated if you're an astronomer, or if you start all the numbers and graphs and things, but it comes down to basically you are witnessing nature in action in the many dimensions, from the stars above to the microbes in your own body, and then reporting. If you just observe and you say, wow, that's so cool, and then you don't tell anybody, the knowledge stops with you. But if you're willing to step out and communicate what you learn, that's when you increase the body of knowledge. And that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing by communicating to those around you, and look at you now, communicating to the world.
I will report to my team in Tahiti about those shoes. No, but that's why I consider the fishermen or the people who spend so much time in the water for maybe 50 years almost every day. They have so much knowledge.
They do, and to work with them and to respect them, respect their knowledge, and get them to respect what you know too.
Yeah,
it's working together.
Yeah, I remember last year, and we made some great progress about that. We're talking, French Polynesia is as big as Europe. We have 118 islands, and there is not yet enough big hotspot. And you told me you wanted to explore more about the remote islands. I know a lot of fishing communities. I already pitched the idea to Rolex and to National Geographic, and they are on board. So I think we should just go out there with Mitty, with my ocean mom, Paul, you, the team, and bring on a big core gardening workshop and find the next hotspot. Yeah, what do you think about that?
Okay, here we go.
When are we doing that?
Well, I'm in. I think it's a great idea. I mean, the wonderful thing, one of the wonderful things about the Hope Spot concept is it can be as small as Fish Rock on the west coast of Australia. Not a big place, but it has stories. It has success. It has something that can inspire people well beyond that little rock area. It can be as big as the Sargasso Sea. One big blue hope spot, floating golden rainforest, there it is. I think, we need to scale up our expectations. I mean, actually, my dream for whenever it can happen is, okay, we're animals, we have to eat something, we're animals, we have to occupy space, we don't photosynthesize. Prochlorococcus, sargassum, redwood trees, all these things. We have to consume others. But we have really taken that to an extreme as a species. We have consumed close to half of the land for agriculture, for what we grow to feed ourselves or what we grow to feed the animals that we eat or to allow the animals to occupy that space. And then the other footprint that we have, how much of the planet now is occupied by the 8 billion of us that now exist? And it's not just how much space, it's what we also consume from the natural systems that are holding the planet steady. They are diminished to the point where we are looking at planetary processes that are collapsing. We're talking about climate, we're talking about acidification of the ocean, we're talking about a lot of things that we now know about what to do. But we need to think about the Galapagos Islands, where 3% of the land is allowed for human occupation or use. 97% of it is protected. And I mean, you can see the imprint of humans, but generally, the land is far more intact than almost any other place that you can name of equivalent size. The ocean, until quite recently, was just the other way around. About 97% was open for exploitation, only about 3% was protected. And globally, right now, it's only, well, some say maybe as much as almost 10%, but others say, no, if you really want to, it's about 8%. And then others say, if you want to get serious about how much of the ocean is really protected, it's only about like the Galapagos land, 3%. And more recently, an analysis has been done. How much has legal protection in the ocean? It's 1.5%. So we've got a long way to go if we're going to get to 30% by 2030, or maybe even more. Because the more nature is protected, that's our life support system. The better the chances are that we'll prosper, that we'll be here in 10,000 years from now, or maybe even, chances are if we don't do something, it'll be much sooner than that before it's going to be tough to be a human on this planet. Cause for hope, what you're doing.
That's a reality, huh?
Think big. I guess that was my bottom line. When you talk about French Polynesia, how much jurisdiction of the ocean does French Polynesia have? It's kind of biggish.
Yeah.
I mean, bigger than the land itself.
Yeah.
This country is more than twice its size if you include the water part. I mean, and this is mostly continent. When you talk about islands, surrounded by exclusive economic zone, the opportunity for French Polynesia to shine globally with this initiative going for greater protection, giving us, our life support system, a better chance. I'm really looking to you and your allies, and I'll be on board. I like the idea of an expedition next year to see what we can do to stir things up.
Yeah. Yeah. And we should invite a couple of the friends in the room. Yeah, that would be crazy. But yeah, no, it's crazy that even in French Polynesia, we are far from every big city. In front of my house,
the coral reef cities.
Yeah, the underwater metropolis. In front of my house, I have what I call the coral cemetery. It's almost everything dead, just 400 meters from my house, and it's all fucking dead. It's the reef is almost 98%, I will say, dead, and it's just in front of my house in Moorea, and it's crazy to go diving there and see how the reef can look like if we do nothing. Yeah, and I don't know how much time do we have left, but
we have to come up with a bottom line here pretty soon.
Okay,
what's your bottom line?
I think it's about scaling up. For coral reef, they could be the first ecosystem to entirely collapse from our blue planet, and they are alive in our ocean. I like to say no reef, no ocean, and no air, even here in New York. So my dream, my goal, and what we are going to do is to connect the world to the coral reef and to use marine protected areas like hotspot and ecosystem restoration as a way to bring back this life and to make sure it's keep on striving. And you inspired me a lot.
You inspire me a lot.
Yeah, and my team right now is in the water when we are talking in Tahiti, putting on the hard work, and I'm here to try to find some more support with the coral adoption program. People from all around the world now they can join the conservation. They can see the live stream of the coral growing. It's a crazy time, like you said.
That's the beauty of it. We know what we could not know when I was a kid, when I was like you or my grandson Taylor, who's right there in the front row. You were, I think, that all of us 21st century human beings, but Aurelia and you and Taylor and the kids coming along, if you had to be born at some point in time, if you could go armed with what we now know, if everybody knew what we now knew, be born 500 years ago when nature was more intact and we had a better chance of rebuilding our life support system. Or you could say, I want to go off in 100 years from now, I want to see how it all comes out, because, this is the time when decisions will be made that will determine all of the future. So I would say right now, this is the best time in all of history.
For sure.
Before we didn't know. If you wait too much longer, it's going to be too late, because we've got these inexorable, seemingly hopeless processes going on.
And
no,
now
it's
we
not
know it.
hopeless as long as you know and you care and you're willing to do something about it.
For sure.
And you
Now
are.
we know.
Now we know.
And we have solutions.
Yes.
Now we need action. So I think our bottom line, it's game on.
Game on.
It's
Game on.
Okay.
All right. Well, Tishuan, Sylvia, thank you. Before we let them leave the stage, we're going to take 2 questions. You got 2 microphones. Let's do 2 questions. I'll let you take one from each side of the room. How's that? So if we have 2 questions, anybody from either side of the room have a question before they leave the stage?
Don't be shy.
Over there on the right side there. And then, by the way, the rest of the Mission Blue speakers, I have a little surprise for you guys, too. So you're going to come up here for a photograph in just a minute.
Your book.
Okay.
Which one?
All right. Hear about the question? Go ahead. Stand up, introduce yourself, and ask your question.
My name is Rob. I'm a creative. I have a creative studio called Public Domain. We work with OceanX and others. This is a question for Sylvia. With the seafood soiree coming up on Wednesday, do you think that sustainable seafood is actually a thing?
No.
Oysters. I know that that's your answer, but I think it is a hearty debate.
That was easy. Okay, next question. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Right, yeah. It's a debate, though, right? Like oysters, net positive, perhaps, lionfish, like an invasive species. What do you think?
What was the question?
Is there such thing as sustainable seafood? For both of you.
Well, I appreciate the move in the right direction, to be sensitive to the question. But considering the state of ocean wildlife, that would be seafood, mostly. I think that we just need to give ocean wildlife a break. Whether it's a shrimp or a lobster or a clam, an oyster, we need their help. Now they need our help. And, what we thought was a good thing to do, the right thing to do, whatever. Even 50 years ago, let alone, how did we get to this place when we just look at fish as something to eat rather than really knowing who they are, what they do, how they affect the ocean and how the ocean affects us? I mean, now we have a new lens through which to observe life in the ocean. It did not exist until right about now. What do we think of birds when my parents were kids? Well, my uncle was a market hunter. He would go out to the marsh and shoot the ducks and the geese, and by the truckload take them to market. And it was okay. Everybody thought that was a good idea. And we almost lost the chance to have ducks. We did lose the chance to have passenger pigeons and a lot of other things that were just gone. And we're right on the edge right now of ocean life, and we already have lost a great many that don't even have names. When you mine the ocean, when you clear cut with trawls and when you blow up a coral reef, there are a lot of creatures that have very restricted range. They're patchy. They're here, but they're not over there. They're only like islands, like the Galapagos. If something happened to wipe the Galapagos off the map, you'd lose a lot of species all at once. You don't even have no names of those in the deep ocean. So I just say we don't need to consume wildlife, except there are exceptions. People who don't have many choices. We have choices. There's nothing that says we have to eat octopus or squid or tuna, for that matter. We have choices. So.
All right, we had a second
it's
question.
It's okay if you do, but it's also okay if you choose not to. I mean, I'm reluctant to tell anybody what they should or should not eat, but I can at least explain the situation we're in, the trouble that the ocean is in, and what we can do about it. You can stop killing the creatures who live there just because we can. And think that every fish, we think every elephant counts, of course they do. Every wild bird counts, of course they do. Every tuna counts, of course they do. So when you look at the success in Shinnecock Bay, every clam counts, you know? They're doing their job, or every oyster, the Billion Oyster Project. What a concept. Of course people will eat fish and clams and oysters, but can we deliberately, consciously, proactively say, at this point, let's do everything we can to keep to make the choices that will help restore the ocean to a better state. And in so doing, give us a break as well. Anyway, your question is, are those choices on the menu truly sustainable? I just don't see that we can justify saying that. Are they yum, yum, delicious? Oh, I'm sure they are. And it's a move in the right direction. We're trying to make the right decisions, but I've already given the Explorers Club a hard time. So.
And the second question, so we can avoid that one.
I definitely wasn't going to interrupt you. My name is Vanessa Alberry. I'm the founding artist of a project called the Coral Projects. I make underwater, eco-friendly artworks out of eco-friendly materials to help support the rewilding of filter species. And I love coming here and listening to all you smart people talk about science and what's happening in the oceans. And my question for you both is, understanding that, I live here in New York, most people don't understand life below the surface, right? And so a mission of my project is to help people imagine and see that space through the lens of art. And I'm curious, I'm always interested to collaborate with more scientists. How do you see artists and scientists being able to come together to create the communication and the inspiration that we need? I mean, there's movies, but there's more we can do, and I'm curious the thoughts you have around that.
Excellent.
You first.
Hola. I think your project is amazing because that's what we need right now. It's to give a new look to conservation, The work is been done. It's some great work. But the work we saw today with the presentation is amazing, but the presentation are not sexy. They are not appealing enough, but the work is done. The work is crazy, it's good, but how do you reach the broader audience? How do you create that movement? This is something we were not good at over the last couple years and decades. So I think using the power of creativity, storytelling, art, that's the way to go. And when I'm in a Uber or a taxi, the yellow cab, the driver, they don't know about the corals. They don't know much about the sharks. They know nothing about the coral reef. Same in Paris. So we need more people to know about this. And I think using art, maybe next year we could imagine for the World Ocean Week, this room with the mural having all the patterns of the corals, the fish and stuff, and bring the reef to the city and connect people to the reef using art. So I think it's the way to go, and that's the only way we're going to inspire the people watching the NBA, watching the tennis, how to care more about the ocean, is to making it more appealing, attractive, and sexy.
Hear, hear. So,
bravo.
My quick 2 cents that looking at columns of figures, and graphs, and all the numbers are very convincing as a scientist. We know the world is in trouble. And you tell people that climate change is an issue. You tell people that, and that 90% of the sharks are gone. The bluefin tuna in the Pacific down to maybe less than 3%. in the Atlantic, maybe 10% remain. You tell people that, and they say, yep, but it doesn't hit them here.
Voilà.
And we need not just here. Was that hollow? But you need to get them to really feel it. And art, music, poetry, that's how we move people. It's not just the facts and figures. We need the science, absolutely. But alone, science isn't going to do it. It isn't doing it. Look at where we are with only a tiny fraction of the ocean protected. Even the land, only 15% remains in relatively good condition and is some form of protection. What are we thinking? We hear all the time, the world is in trouble. What can we do? Okay, you have to be inspired to say, I can do something. It's not somebody else's problem. Look in the mirror, I can do something. On Wednesday, I'm going to be giving a presentation, and it's about kind of the why nature matters and what we might be able to do about it in legal terms. But there's also a little time that we'll share a video where Yo-Yo Ma and I collaborate about deep sea mining. Yo-Yo Ma, I mean, he's my hero. But the whole idea of being able to work together to tell a story based in science, but communicated in a way that transcends science. Taylor, my grandson, is an artist. He's a diver. His brother is a scientist. You should hear them mix it up. It's that kind of collaboration that we have to come together with all the things that humans are to make things go the way we need to get to where we must if we're to survive.
Yeah, to bring that hope. I think that's the power of collaboration between different fields. We need to make that conservation irresistible and to show the beauty and the importance of our ocean to reach people at heart. And that's when they're going to be curious and will get involved, yeah.
So, game on?
Game on, baby.
All right.
Game on.
All right, so again, before anybody leaves, can we get the other Mission Blue folks who made presentations this evening to come up and for photographs, but also because we have a little gift for you. So.
Woohoo!
And thank you for the opportunity today. Huh?
Absolutely, you guys. Here, I gotta do that part. Knock that out of the park. Knock that out of the park.
Wow! Yay! Thank you. Woohoo!
Thank you.
That is very cool.
It's the manatee.
With a manatee.
Gina, come.
Come, yes.
Allez,
We need you.
Go stand up behind the chairs.
Come back. Come back. Come back. Come back.
Oh, no, I want to get her.
Sylvia, you need a photo.
You got it. You should come too. Yeah.
I'll take them. So late, the bar is now closed, but, have a chat on your way out, but no more drinks.
Don't let your daddy get you down.